In the misty hills and ancient forests of long-ago lands, there lived a people whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the earth. The Celts, fierce and free, roamed through the wild landscapes, their hearts beating in tune with the rhythm of nature. Their world was alive, not just with the sounds of animals or the whisper of the wind, but with something far deeper, something sacred and magical. The Celts believed everything around them had a soul, a spirit that connected all living things. The rivers, mountains, trees, and even the stones held power, each carrying its own story, its own energy. To walk in the woods wasn't just a stroll through nature, it was a step into a living, breathing presence that spoke in a language only the heart could understand. Their myths were full of gods and goddesses, beings of immense power who watched over the land and the people. Some ruled the skies, sending thunder and storms as signs of their anger or blessing, while others controlled the waters, the earth, or the harvest. Yet, these gods weren't distant or unreachable. They walked among the Celts, appearing in the rustling leaves, the mist over a lake, or the warmth of the sun breaking through the clouds after a storm. The Celts didn't separate themselves from the divine. They believed they were part of it, intertwined with the magic and the mystery of the world. In every day, and every breath, there was magic. It wasn't something they reached for, it was something they lived. The idea that life itself was sacred shaped everything they did. They didn't just hunt or gather food, they asked permission from the spirits of the animals and plants. And when they took from the earth, they offered gifts in return, thanking the gods for their kindness. But there was something more that stirred in the hearts of the Celts, a sense that life wasn't confined to the world they could touch and see. They believed in the other world, a place just beyond the veil of their reality, where the gods lived and where their ancestors walked beside them. This other world was not far away, it was right there, just hidden, like a shadow that dances at the edge of your vision. It was said that at certain times, when the mist hung low or the moon was full, that thin veil would lift, and the two worlds would touch. To the Celts, time wasn't a straight line. Life didn't begin with birth and end with death. It was a circle, a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. When they told stories of their gods, they spoke of battles that raged not just between warriors, but between the forces of light and dark, summer and winter, life and death. Yet in these battles, there was always the promise of renewal. The land would die, but it would be reborn. The sun would fade, but it would rise again. They found comfort in this cycle, knowing that nothing was ever truly lost. Their gods reflected this belief in cycles. The goddess Brigid, for example, was a bringer of light, of poetry, and healing, but also of the forge, where fire shaped metal, transforming raw material into tools or weapons. She embodied the idea of creation through transformation. Then there was Cernunnos, the horned god, who stood as the guardian of the forest, the animals, and the hunt. With his wild, untamed spirit, he reminded the Celts of the raw, primal forces of nature, both nurturing and fierce. But the Celts didn't just look to their gods for guidance. They believed in the power of their ancestors, those who had passed beyond the veil of life, but still watched over them. Their ancestors were part of that great cycle, offering wisdom, protection, and strength from the other world. On certain nights, especially during Samhain, the Celtic festival that marked the beginning of winter, they would light fires and leave offerings for their loved ones who had died, knowing that the line between their world and the spirit world was at its thinnest. They spoke to their ancestors not with grief, but with reverence, knowing that death wasn't the end of the story. Magic flowed through their lives as naturally as the rivers through their lands. Druids, the spiritual leaders of the Celtic people, were the keepers of this ancient knowledge. They were more than priests, they were poets, healers, and prophets who understood the language of the stars, the plants, and the animals. To be a druid was to walk between the worlds, to carry the wisdom of the gods and the land, and to guide the people through their lives with that knowledge. The Druids didn't use written words to keep their wisdom, they trusted their memories and their voices, knowing that their stories, passed down from generation to generation, held a power that no book could contain. Nature wasn't something to be conquered or controlled in their eyes. It was sacred, alive, and demanding respect. They honored it with rituals, from planting crops to bringing in the harvest. There was always a prayer, a song, or an offering, always something to remind them that they were not alone in this world. They were part of a much larger story, one that had begun long before them and would continue long after. When they went into battle, they did not just fight for land or gold. They fought with the knowledge that the gods were watching. Victory wasn't just a matter of skill or strength, it was a sign of the gods' favor. And so they would paint themselves, sing songs of war, and charge into battle with their hearts aflame, knowing that the spirits of the land and their ancestors fought alongside them. To die in battle wasn't something to fear. It was an honor, a way to return to the other world and sit beside the gods themselves. But it wasn't only in battle that they felt the presence of something greater. Even in moments of quiet, as they gathered by the fire or stood beneath the stars, they could sense the magic in the air. The crackling of the fire wasn't just heat and light, it was a link to the ancient fires that had burned long before them. The stars overhead weren't just distant suns, they were the eyes of the gods, watching over them, guiding them. Their myths weren't just stories, they were the heartbeat of the people. They told of heroes who ventured into the other world, facing impossible trials, not just for glory, but for the good of their tribe. They spoke of gods who sacrificed for the land, giving of themselves so that life could flourish. These stories weren't distant or separate from their lives, they were woven into every breath, every step, and every moment. In the ancient Celtic lands, there were objects that carried more than just physical weight, they held meaning, power, and the stories of the gods themselves. To the Celts, these symbols weren't just tools or decorations. They were alive with magic, their very presence humming with the energy of the unseen world. Among them, the cauldron, the sword, and the chalice stood out, their significance woven into the fabric of Celtic life and belief. The cauldron, perhaps the most mystical of all, was more than a simple vessel for cooking or brewing. It was a symbol of life itself, of transformation and renewal. For the Celts, it represented the very idea of abundance, a promise that from it would come endless bounty. The cauldron wasn't just something to be filled with food or drink. It was a source of life, one that never ran dry, always offering more. To sit before a cauldron was to sit before the mystery of the universe, to know that what is empty can be made full again, and what is full can nourish the soul. There was a cauldron in the tales of the Dagda, one of the great gods of the Celtic pantheon. His cauldron was called the Cauldron of Plenty, and it was said that no one would ever leave it hungry. It provided endless sustenance, a reflection of the earth's endless ability to give. It whispered of the divine grace that flowed through all living things, the way the land itself provided for the people if treated with respect and care. The Celts saw this not as magic alone, but as a bond between the gods, the land, and their own hands. The cauldron was a sacred contract, a living promise. But the cauldron was not only a giver of life. It held within it the power of death and rebirth, the cycle that the Celts believed governed all things. It could heal, but it could also transform. In the story of the goddess Ceridwen, her cauldron brewed a potion of wisdom, one that granted great knowledge to those who drank from it. But gaining such wisdom came at a cost. Ceridwen's cauldron did not just give, like life itself, it demanded sacrifice. It was a vessel of change, and those who approached it had to be ready to be remade. The cauldron, in its essence, was the precursor to what would later be known as the Holy Grail. It held the same promise, the ability to heal, to restore, and to grant wisdom beyond measure. In every Celtic myth that speaks of the cauldron, there is a sense of something otherworldly, a link between the mortal and the divine. To seek the cauldron was to seek not just nourishment for the body, but healing for the spirit. Then there was the sword, another symbol that carried great weight in Celtic culture. It wasn't just a weapon. In the hands of a warrior, the sword was a symbol of honor, of protection, and of power. But it was more than that, it was an extension of the warrior's soul. To be given a sword was a sacred act, one that marked a person's connection to their ancestors, their land, and their gods. The blade wasn't forged from metal alone, it was forged from the strength of the warrior's heart, from their courage, and from their willingness to fight for what they held dear. In battle, the sword was a protector. It guarded not just the body, but the spirit. And when wielded with honor, it became something more than steel, it became a beacon of the gods' favor. It was said that certain swords were blessed, carrying with them the power of the divine. In stories, such swords were often granted to heroes, marking them as chosen, as ones who had the favor of the gods. They were symbols of sovereignty, of rulership, and of the sacred duty to protect the land. But the sword also spoke of sacrifice. To wield it was to accept that battle was not without cost. The blood spilled by a sword wasn't just the blood of enemies. It was the blood of the land, of life itself. The Celts knew this, and so they treated their swords with the reverence they deserved. When not in battle, the sword was often laid to rest, its blade facing downwards as a sign of peace, a reminder that its true power lay not in destruction but in the balance it brought. And then there was the chalice. Though smaller than the cauldron, the chalice held a quiet, deep significance. It was often used in rituals, passed from hand to hand, filled with the liquid that connected the people to the gods. The chalice was a vessel of communion, a way to drink in the essence of the divine. In its simple form, it represented unity, the gathering of people, the sharing of the sacred, and the bond between the mortal and the spiritual. But like the cauldron, the chalice wasn't just about what it held. It was about what it symbolized, the idea that from it flowed life, spirit, and connection. It wasn't the liquid itself that held power, but the act of drinking from it, the sacred ritual that bound people together. The chalice was passed in ceremonies not just as a gesture, but as a way of acknowledging the presence of the gods among them. To drink from it was to accept their blessings, and to be reminded of the cycles of life, the seasons that turned, and the eternal presence of the divine in everyday things. These sacred symbols, the cauldron, the sword, and the chalice, were more than just objects. They were the heartbeat of the Celtic people, each one carrying within it a story, a meaning, and a connection to the world that lay beyond what could be seen or touched. Through them, the Celts understood their place in the world, not as separate from nature but as part of its sacred dance. These symbols spoke of life cycles, of birth, death, and rebirth, and the power that flowed through all things, a power that could heal, protect, and transform. The cauldron's endless bounty, the sword's fierce protection, and the chalice's quiet unity all whispered of a world where magic was not something distant or unreachable, but something that lived in every breath, every step, and every drop of rain. To the Celts, these symbols were not just reminders of their gods, they were the gods, present in their lives, guiding their hands, their hearts, and their souls. In the heart of Irish mythology, there is a story that feels like it comes from the very soul of the earth, a tale of a cauldron that could never be emptied, no matter how much was taken from it. This was the Cauldron of Plenty, a vessel that belonged to the Dagda, the great father god of the Tuatha De Danann. He was a figure of immense strength and wisdom, a protector and provider, and his cauldron symbolized all of this. It wasn't just an object, it was a promise that no one under his care would ever go hungry or be left wanting. The Cauldron of Plenty, also known as the Undri, had a power that went beyond what the eye could see. Its magic was in its ability to give, endlessly and without question. It was said that no matter how many gathered around it, all would be fed until they were full, and still, the cauldron would never run dry. In this cauldron, the Celts saw the embodiment of the earth's abundance, the way the land, when treated with respect, could provide without limit. It wasn't just about food, it was about life itself, about the promise that from the depths of the earth, there would always be enough. In those ancient days, when the Tuatha De Danann, the people of the goddess Danu, walked the land, the Dagda stood tall as a guardian of his people. His cauldron wasn't merely a symbol of his power, but a reflection of the care he gave. He was a god who could shape the earth, command the weather, and bring forth harvests. But in the simple act of offering food from his cauldron, he showed a deeper, quieter strength, the strength of love, protection, and provision. The people looked to him not just for might in battle, but for the everyday miracle of survival, of abundance that flowed like a river from his hands. The myth of the Cauldron of Plenty is one of those stories that speaks to something ancient within us. It whispers of the hope we all carry, that in the hardest of times, when the world feels cold and empty, there is still a source of warmth, still a place where we can be filled. For the Celts, this cauldron was that place. It was the heartbeat of their belief in the earth's generosity, in the cycle of life, death, and renewal. And in its endless giving, they saw a reflection of the gods' love for their people, a love that was unending, no matter the season or the hardship. The Dagda's cauldron didn't just fill bellies, it filled hearts. In every story told of its magic, there was an undercurrent of comfort, a reassurance that even in the bleakest winter, when the world was covered in frost and the fields lay bare, the cauldron would still provide. It wasn't just a miracle, it was a promise that life would go on. The Celts, with their belief in cycles, understood this well. The earth might sleep under the cold sky, but it would awaken again, just as the cauldron, no matter how empty it seemed, would always be full when needed most. The idea of the cauldron also spoke of transformation. Just as food placed in it would be transformed into a nourishing meal, so too could life be transformed by the hands of the gods. The Dagda's cauldron wasn't just about physical sustenance, it was a reminder that, in the hands of the divine, anything could be renewed. From the barren to the bountiful, from hunger to fulfillment, the cauldron stood as a beacon of hope, a light that shone even in the darkest of times. And yet, there was more to the cauldron than just the abundance it offered. There was a sense of something deeper, something that tied it to the mysteries of life and death. In Celtic myth, life wasn't a straight path, but a circle, constantly turning, constantly renewing. The cauldron reflected this. It wasn't just about endless food, it was about endless rebirth. Just as the earth would give, so it would take, and in the taking, there was the promise of something new. The cauldron was a symbol of that cycle, a reminder that from emptiness could come fullness, and from death could come life. The Dagda himself embodied this balance. He was a figure of great physical strength, capable of crushing his enemies with a single blow, but he was also a gentle god, a father who cared deeply for his people. His cauldron reflected both sides of him, the warrior who defended, and the provider who gave. In the stories told by the Celts, he was often shown with his massive club in one hand, a symbol of his power in battle, and his cauldron in the other, a symbol of his nurturing spirit. This balance, this harmony between strength and care, was at the heart of Celtic belief. When the people gathered around the cauldron, they weren't just eating. They were taking part in something sacred, something that connected them to the gods and to the earth. The food that came from the cauldron wasn't just nourishment for the body, it was nourishment for the soul. It reminded them that they were never alone, that the gods were always with them, providing for them, even in ways they couldn't always see. The cauldron was a bridge between the human and the divine, a vessel that carried not just food, but the blessings of the gods. In the myth of the Cauldron of Plenty, we see the heart of Celtic belief, the trust in abundance, the faith in the cycles of life, and the understanding that even in times of need, there is always a source of renewal. The Dagda's cauldron wasn't just a magical object, it was a symbol of life itself, with all its fullness, all its generosity, and all its potential for rebirth. To the Celts, it was more than just a story. It was a truth they lived by, a truth they carried with them through every season, every hardship, and every victory. The magic of the cauldron wasn't in its ability to produce endless food, it was in what that endless food represented. It was hope. It was love. It was the promise that no matter how dark the night, no matter how long the winter, the dawn would come again, and the fields would bloom, and the people would gather once more around the cauldron, filled with the warmth of the gods. In the mist-shrouded hills of ancient Ireland, there was a race unlike any other, the Tuatha Dé Danann. They were not mere mortals, but beings of immense power, wisdom, and beauty. These divine folk were the children of the goddess Danu, and they carried with them not only the strength of gods, but also treasures so magical that their very names could stir the soul. These treasures weren't just objects, they were the heartbeat of a people connected to the mystical forces of the world. Each one told a story of the divine and the extraordinary, and together, they shaped the fate of the Tuatha Dé Danann and all who encountered them. One of these treasures was the cauldron of the Dagda, a cauldron of such abundance that no one would ever leave it hungry. The Dagda, the father figure of the Tuatha, was known for his immense strength and his connection to the land, and his cauldron reflected the boundless generosity of nature itself. It wasn't just a vessel for food, it was a symbol of endless provision. To sit before the cauldron was to understand that there is always enough, enough for the body, enough for the heart, enough for the spirit. It whispered of renewal, of life continuing no matter how much was taken. Every time the cauldron was filled, it was as if the world itself was being replenished, reminding all that the power of creation and sustenance was a divine gift. But the cauldron was only one of the 4 great treasures brought by the Tuatha De Danann when they arrived in Ireland. Each treasure was imbued with its own power, each one a manifestation of the divine forces that guided and protected their people. These treasures weren't just tools, they were symbols of something far greater, forces that could bend reality itself, tools that connected the mortal world with the divine. The first treasure was the Stone of Fel, also called the Lia Fel. It was a stone unlike any other, for it was said that when the rightful king of Ireland stood upon it, the stone would roar out in recognition. It wasn't just a stone of kingship, it was the voice of the earth itself, declaring who was fit to rule. The stone held within it the wisdom of the land, the understanding that true sovereignty wasn't about power alone but about the bond between the ruler and the earth. It was a reminder that the ruler's strength came from their connection to the land and the people, and only those worthy of that bond would hear the stone's cry. Then there was the Spear of Luff, the weapon of the sun god himself. Luff was known for his many skills, but it was his spear that made him invincible in battle. The spear was not just a weapon, it was the embodiment of the warrior spirit, of courage, and of the will to protect what is sacred. In the hands of Luff, the spear never missed its mark. It was swift, deadly, and unstoppable, a force of justice and protection. This spear, like the others, held within it more than just strength, it carried the weight of the gods' will, striking down not out of anger, but out of necessity. It was a weapon that balanced power with purpose, and in doing so, became a symbol of righteous action. The third treasure was the Sword of Nuada, also known as the Sword of Light. Nuada, the first king of the Tuatha De Danann, wielded this sword with the wisdom of a ruler and the heart of a protector. This sword wasn't just feared for its sharpness or its ability to defeat enemies. It carried with it a truth that those who wielded it with justice could not be defeated. It cut through lies and darkness, shining with the purity of its purpose. In Nuada's hands, it was more than a weapon, it was a beacon of hope, a symbol that no matter how great the darkness, there was always light, always truth. The sword spoke to the heart of the Celtic belief in honor, and the idea that the strongest weapons were not those of destruction, but those of righteousness. These treasures were not mere artifacts, they were sacred, powerful symbols of the bond between the Tuatha De Danann and the forces that governed life itself. Each one carried within it a promise, a reminder of the strength, wisdom, and protection of the gods. But more than that, they reflected the balance between abundance and justice, between power and compassion, between the divine and the mortal. And yet, among these 4 treasures, there was something about the cauldron of the Dagda that lingered in the hearts of those who heard its story. While the spear and sword represented strength in battle, and the stone spoke of kingship, the cauldron spoke of life. It wasn't about war or conquest, it was about healing, about nurturing, about the quiet, powerful force of sustenance. The cauldron never failed to provide, no matter how great the need, and in this way, it reflected the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth that was at the heart of Celtic belief. Centuries later, echoes of these treasures would appear again in the stories of the Holy Grail. Like the Cauldron of Plenty, the Grail was said to be a vessel of infinite bounty, capable of healing the sick and providing for the needy. But it wasn't just the physical act of nourishment that made the Grail so powerful, it was the spiritual fulfillment it offered. Those who sought the Grail were seeking something far deeper than a simple object. They were seeking the divine connection, the endless source of grace and renewal that the cauldron of the Dagda had symbolized for the Celts long before. The parallels between the Cauldron of Plenty and the Holy Grail are striking. Both represent more than just abundance, they represent the divine promise that even in the darkest of times, there is always enough. Enough to heal, enough to sustain, enough to remind us of the God's presence in our lives. And just as the Grail was sought after by those who longed for spiritual fulfillment, so too was the Cauldron of the Dagda a symbol of hope, of the possibility of renewal, and of the unbreakable connection between the gods and their people. The Tuatha De Danann and their magical treasures remind us that the divine is not something distant or unreachable. It is present in the things we hold close, and the food that nourishes us, and the tools we use to protect what we love, and in the very ground beneath our feet. Through these treasures, the Tuatha De Danann brought not just magic, but meaning into the world, and their stories continue to resonate, reminding us of the sacred bond between ourselves, the earth, and the divine forces that guide us all. Long before the Holy Grail became the center of Christian legend, it existed in the whispers of older stories, carried through the winds of time by the Celts. In their myths, the idea of a sacred vessel, a source of life and transformation, was already alive. It wasn't a grail as we would come to know it, but a cauldron, brimming with magic, abundance, and the promise of renewal. This was the heartbeat of Celtic mythology, a world where life and death danced together, where the earth's generosity never faded, and where symbols carried power beyond human understanding. In the ancient world of the Celts, the cauldron was no ordinary object. It wasn't just a tool for cooking or gathering. It held a deeper, more profound meaning. It was a symbol of life itself, of the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. The cauldron of the Dagda, with its promise of endless food, embodied the earth's ability to provide without end. But there were other cauldrons, too, cauldrons that could heal the wounded, restore life to the dead, or grant wisdom to those who sought it. These cauldrons were sacred, touched by divine hands, holding within them the mysteries of life and the unknown powers of the universe. For the Celts, magic was not something distant or hidden. It was woven into every tree, every river, every breath of wind. Their world was alive with the unseen, and the cauldrons they revered were part of this magical landscape. When they looked at these vessels, they didn't see simple objects, they saw gateways to the divine, to the forces that moved the stars and brought the seasons. The cauldrons were vessels of transformation, and those who touched them were changed, forever marked by their power. These ancient myths of magical cauldrons lived in the hearts of the Celtic people. They told stories of heroes and gods who sought these treasures, not for riches, but for something far more valuable: understanding, renewal, and connection to the divine. And so, these stories echoed through the ages, surviving even as the world around them began to change. When Christianity spread across Europe, these old stories didn't vanish. They shifted, adapted, and found new life within the Christian faith, where they became part of the evolving legend of the Holy Grail. The Grail, in its Christian form, emerged as a vessel of incredible power, one that could heal the sick, offer eternal life, and connect those who sought it with the divine grace of God. It was no longer the cauldron of the Dagda or the vessels of the Celtic gods, but it carried the same weight, the same meaning. It became the chalice that held Christ's blood, the ultimate symbol of sacrifice and redemption. Yet, beneath this Christian veneer, the echoes of the older Celtic cauldrons still resonated. In those earlier Celtic myths, the cauldron was often a test. It wasn't something to be taken lightly or acquired easily. It required worthiness, bravery, and a pure heart. Heroes would undertake perilous quests to find these sacred objects, not because they desired glory, but because the cauldrons represented something far more meaningful: truth, wisdom, or the promise of rebirth. These themes would carry over into the Grail legends, where the knights who sought the Holy Grail weren't driven by selfish desires, but by a longing for purity, for grace, for connection to something larger than themselves. As the Grail story grew within the Christian tradition, it took on these layers of Celtic myth, weaving them into the fabric of its own narrative. Just as the cauldron of plenty never ran dry, the Grail was a source of infinite grace. Just as the Celtic cauldrons brought healing and transformation, the Grail, too, offered the possibility of healing not just the body, but the soul. The old stories and the new ones intertwined, creating a myth that was both ancient and new, both pagan and Christian. But the transition from the Celtic cauldron to the Christian Grail wasn't just about symbols. It was about the human need for connection to the divine, for something tangible to hold onto in a world full of mystery and uncertainty. The Celts, with their reverence for the unseen forces of nature, had always understood that there was more to life than what could be seen or touched. Their cauldrons, filled with magic and meaning, reflected that understanding. And when Christianity arrived, with its promises of salvation and eternal life, it spoke to the same need, the same longing. The Grail became a Christian symbol, yes, but it carried with it the soul of the old myths. It wasn't just about Christ's sacrifice, it was about the eternal promise of life, the endless cycle of death and rebirth that the Celts had always known. The Grail, like the cauldron before it, was a vessel of hope, of transformation, of divine connection. As the legend of the Holy Grail grew, so too did its power over the imagination of those who heard it. It wasn't just a story about a cup, it was about the search for something deeper, something that lay beyond the physical world. It was about the quest for meaning, for understanding, for connection to the divine. And in that way, it was no different from the old Celtic myths, where heroes sought the cauldron not for themselves, but for the wisdom and renewal it promised. The story of the Grail, then, is not just a Christian story. It is a continuation of something far older, something that stretches back to the earliest days of human belief. The Celtic myths of magical cauldrons spoke to the deepest parts of the human soul, the need for sustenance, for healing, for connection to the divine. And when those myths merged with Christian symbolism, they didn't lose their power. Instead, they gained new life, new meaning, becoming part of a story that would resonate across the ages. In the Grail, we see the echoes of the cauldron, of endless provision, of healing, of the promise that no matter how far we wander, there is always a source of renewal waiting for us. It is a symbol that speaks to something universal, something timeless. And in its story, we can still hear the ancient voice of the Celts, whispering of life's mysteries, of the cycles that never end, and of the divine forces that guide us all. In the quiet of a hidden glen, far from the eyes of the world, there once stood a cauldron unlike any other. This was the cauldron of Ceridwen, the powerful enchantress of Welsh mythology. Her cauldron didn't just bubble with ingredients, it simmered with magic, with the promise of wisdom, transformation, and rebirth. It was here, in the shadow of her cauldron, that destinies were shaped and lives forever changed. Ceridwen's story begins with a mother's desire. She had a son, a Fagdu, whose appearance was so unfortunate that she feared he would never be accepted by the world. But as a mother, she would not leave him to suffer in ignorance. She wanted to give him something far greater than beauty, a gift that no one could take from him, the gift of knowledge. And so, she brewed a potion in her cauldron, a potion that would grant the drinker the wisdom of the universe. For a year and a day, the cauldron boiled. Its contents were more than just herbs and water. They held the essence of life's greatest truths, the mysteries of the world waiting to be unlocked. Ceridwen's hope was that after all this time, just 3 drops of this potent liquid would transform her son, granting him the knowledge of everything, past, present, and future. The rest of the potion, however, would be poison to anyone who drank it. Ceridwen entrusted the brewing of this potion to a boy named Gwayan Bach, who stirred the cauldron and kept the fire going. But fate had other plans. On the final day, as the potion neared completion, 3 drops of the magical liquid accidentally splashed onto Gwayan's hand. Without thinking, he licked the burning drops, and in that moment, the universe unfolded before him. His mind exploded with knowledge of the stars, the earth, the hidden paths of life and death. He saw everything, felt everything. But with this sudden gift of wisdom came the terrible realization: Ceridwen would be furious. She had brewed this potion for her son, and now Gwayan, an innocent servant boy, had stolen its power. Panicked, Gwayan fled, knowing Ceridwen's wrath would be swift and unforgiving. But Ceridwen was no ordinary person. She was a master of magic, and she gave chase. What followed was not just a pursuit through forests and rivers, it was a battle of transformation. Gwayan, filled with newfound wisdom, used his powers to change his form, hoping to escape. He became a hare, swift and agile, darting through the trees. Ceridwen transformed into a greyhound, fast and relentless, gaining on him. Desperate, Gwayan leapt into a stream, becoming a fish, slipping through the waters. But Ceridwen turned into an otter, sharp-eyed and ready to catch him. On and on they raced, changing shapes, bird, then hawk, then grain of wheat. Each time Gwayan thought he had escaped, Ceridwen was there, just behind him, relentless. Finally, Gwayan turned himself into a single grain of wheat, hoping to hide in the earth. But Ceridwen, in her final act of power, became a hen and swallowed him whole. Yet this was not the end for Gwayan. For inside Ceridwen, he was transformed once more, not into a new shape, but into something even more profound. He became an unborn child, and 9 months later, Ceridwen gave birth to him again. Though she had every reason to hate him, for he had taken what was meant for her son, the baby was so beautiful that she couldn't bring herself to kill him. Instead, she set him adrift on the waters, trusting that fate would decide his path. The child, reborn through the cauldron's magic, would grow to become Taliesin, one of the greatest poets and bards the world had ever known. The cauldron of Ceridwen wasn't just a tool of magic. It held within it the power of transformation, the power to take what was and turn it into something entirely new. In Gwayan's case, it was a literal transformation, from boy to various animals, and finally to Taliesin, the wise bard. But the cauldron also represented the deeper transformations that we all undergo in life, the shedding of old identities, the painful process of change, and the eventual rebirth into something stronger, wiser, and more complete. At its heart, Ceridwen's cauldron was a symbol of wisdom. Not the kind of wisdom that comes easily or without cost, but the hard-won knowledge that comes through struggle, through loss, and through the willingness to be changed by life's challenges. Gwayan didn't seek wisdom, but when it found him, it came with both power and consequences. The pursuit, the chase, the transformations, these were not just physical changes, but reflections of the inner journey we all face when we gain understanding. Wisdom isn't about knowing all the answers, it's about the process of becoming, of facing fears, adapting, and emerging transformed. And then there is the theme of rebirth, the final piece of Ceridwen's story. Gwayan was consumed, swallowed by the very force he sought to escape, yet through that act, he was reborn as Taliesin, wiser and more powerful than before. This speaks to the Celtic understanding of life, that death is not an end, but a passage. Every ending is a beginning, every loss an opportunity for something new to emerge. The cauldron, with its bubbling, ever-changing contents, was a reflection of this belief. It was a place where life and death met, where the old was broken down to make way for the new. The myth of Ceridwen and her cauldron is more than just a story about magic. It's a story about the forces that shape us, the transformations we go through, and the wisdom we gain along the way. Her cauldron, like life itself, holds both promise and peril, offering both the gift of knowledge and the trials that come with it. Through the cauldron's power, we are reminded that life is a journey of constant change, and with each transformation, we come closer to the wisdom that lies at the heart of existence. In the ancient tales of the Welsh, found within the pages of the Mabinogion, there is a story that touches the soul in ways that words alone struggle to capture. It is the story of the Cauldron of Rebirth, a tale that echoes through time with themes of life, death, and the mysterious force that binds them together. This cauldron, not merely a vessel of cooking or warmth, was something far more sacred, a symbol of power, a container for transformation, a mirror of the soul's eternal journey. In the tale of Bran the Blessed, a king of extraordinary stature, this cauldron plays a central role. It wasn't a gift freely given, but rather a treasure that carried both blessing and curse, depending on how it was used. This cauldron had the terrifying ability to revive the dead. Warriors who fell in battle could be placed inside, and in the quiet of its depths, life would return to them. But something was missing, something essential. They would rise again, but without their souls, without the spark that made them truly alive. It was life without the spirit, a kind of existence that haunted rather than healed. This cauldron, given as a marriage gift to Bran's sister, Branwen, carried with it the weight of destiny. When war broke out between the Irish and the Welsh, it became a tool of both hope and despair. Warriors who had died on the battlefield were brought back to life, but the light in their eyes was gone. They fought again, but as hollow shells, unable to speak or feel. And as the battle raged on, the price of this rebirth became all too clear. For the cauldron, while it could restore life to the body, could not mend the brokenness of the soul. This myth touches something deep within us, something timeless. We, too, fear the loss of those we love. We fear death, that great unknown, And in our moments of grief, the thought of resurrection, of holding our loved ones once more, can feel like a miracle we would give anything to experience. But the cauldron story reminds us that some things are beyond our control, that life is more than just the beating of a heart or the breath in our lungs. It is the essence of who we are, the thoughts, the feelings, the love, and the spirit that lives within. As the war spiraled into tragedy, Bran the Blessed himself met his fate. Mortally wounded, he instructed his men to sever his head and carry it with them, for his head, he said, would continue to speak. In some strange, mystical way, even in death, Bran's wisdom and presence remained. It was not through the cauldron that his spirit endured, but through his unbroken connection to his people, to the land, and to something greater than himself. This story of the cauldron in the Mabinogion carries powerful echoes of the Grail legends that would emerge centuries later. The Grail, like the cauldron, is more than a mere object. It is a vessel of transformation, a symbol of the soul's journey toward understanding, healing, and divine grace. In Welsh mythology, the cauldron of rebirth holds the same sacred mystery, a reminder that life, in its truest sense, cannot be restored by mere magic or force. It is something far deeper, far more elusive, that grants life its meaning. The parallels between the cauldron of Welsh myth and the later Christian Grail are hard to ignore. Both are sought after, not for wealth or power, but for something much more profound. They represent a quest for wholeness, for connection to the divine, for healing that goes beyond the physical. In the Grail stories, knights set out in search of this sacred object, believing that it holds the key to eternal life, to wisdom, and to the ultimate union with God. But like the cauldron in the Mabinogion, the Grail is not easily found. It is not something that can be taken by force or discovered through simple means. It requires a pure heart, a willingness to sacrifice, and the understanding that true healing comes not from the object itself, but from the journey toward it. The Grail, in its Christian form, offers eternal life through the blood of Christ. But even in its transformation from pagan to Christian symbol, the heart of the cauldron's message remains the same. It is not about escaping death, it is about embracing the mystery of life and death, about understanding that the soul's journey is one of continuous transformation. The cauldron of rebirth, like the Grail, is not just a promise of life after death, but a reminder that rebirth is always possible, that through suffering, through loss, through the darkest moments, there is always a path toward renewal. In the Mabinogion, this theme of rebirth is woven into the very fabric of the story. The warriors brought back to life by the cauldron may have lost their souls, but the land itself, the people, the spirit of Wales, these things endure. Just as Bran's head continued to offer wisdom and guidance even after his death, so too does the spirit of rebirth continue to flow through the land, through the stories, and through the hearts of those who carry them forward. The Mabinogion reminds us that life is not linear. It is a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The cauldron, whether in the hands of a goddess, a king, or a wandering knight, holds the promise of this cycle, of the eternal return. But it also carries a warning, that life without soul, without meaning, is no life at all. The hollow warriors of the Mabinogion are a haunting image, a reminder that to be truly alive is to be connected to something greater, something that transcends the physical. And so, the cauldron of rebirth stands as a symbol, not just of life after death, but of the deeper transformation that lies at the heart of existence. It is the same transformation sought by the knights of the Grail legend, the same yearning for connection, for healing, for a return to the source. The cauldron, like the Grail, is not the end of the story. It is a beginning, a gateway to something beyond the physical world, a journey that continues long after the last breath is taken. In the quiet pages of the Mabinogion, the cauldron of rebirth stirs, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, when all seems lost, there is always the possibility of renewal. It whispers that life, true life, is found not in the mere act of living, but in the spirit that moves through us, the love that connects us, and the wisdom that guides us, even when we cannot see the path ahead. The tale of the Fisher King, a figure so entwined with sorrow and hope, lingers like a shadow across the landscapes of Celtic mythology. It's a story that speaks to the very heart of human suffering and the longing for renewal. Picture a king who once thrived, vibrant and strong, now wounded, so deeply that not only his body suffers, but the land he rules begins to wither as well. His pain is not his alone. It spreads through the soil, the rivers, the trees. The kingdom grows barren, the crops no longer rise from the earth, and the people grow weary as they wait for a healing that seems to never come. The Fisher King, often portrayed as an old man who spends his days fishing on a desolate river, holds a secret that binds him to this desolation. His wound is no ordinary injury, it is a symbol, a reflection of a deeper imbalance. He is a king who cannot fulfill his role, unable to heal himself, and thus unable to heal the land. His wound leaves him powerless, and in that powerlessness, the life around him fades. But the origins of this broken king are older than the Grail stories where he is best known. In the Celtic traditions, kingship was sacred. A king was not simply a ruler by strength or right, but by his connection to the land, to the very spirit of life that flowed through the kingdom. When the king thrived, the land thrived. When he suffered, so too did the earth beneath his feet. In the myths of the ancient Celts, the king's health was more than physical, it was spiritual, a reflection of the bond between man and nature, ruler and the divine. Sacrifice is woven into the heart of these ancient stories. A king did not just rule, he carried the weight of his people's survival on his shoulders. Sometimes, this meant literal sacrifice, offering oneself to the gods to ensure the fertility of the land, the prosperity of the tribe. In these stories, the king was more than a man, he was a bridge between the mortal and the immortal, a figure whose fate was tied to the very earth he ruled. And so, the image of the wounded king, unable to heal himself, takes on a deeper resonance. His suffering is not just personal. It's cosmic. It's the breaking of a sacred contract, a tear in the fabric of life itself. In Celtic mythology, the king was expected to make the ultimate sacrifice, to give of himself for the good of the land and its people. When that bond was broken, the consequences rippled outwards, touching every corner of the kingdom. The Fisher King's wound is the physical manifestation of this broken connection. But why the image of fishing? Why does the Fisher King sit at the edge of a river, casting his line into the waters while the world around him crumbles? In Celtic tradition, water is sacred. Rivers and lakes are not just bodies of water, they are thresholds, places where the physical world meets the spiritual. To fish in these waters is not just an idle pastime, it is an act of waiting, of hoping for renewal. The Fisher King's endless task is a symbol of his longing for healing, casting his line in the hopes that something, anything, will bring him salvation. But the fish never come. The waters remain still, reflecting back only his pain and the brokenness of the world. The Fisher King's suffering is closely tied to the idea of kingship as sacrifice. In Celtic mythology, a king's role was not only to lead but to be willing to give everything for the well-being of his people and his land. His wound reflects a failure of this sacred duty, a wound that festers because the necessary sacrifice, the act of renewal, has not been made. And yet, it is not only the king who suffers. The land withers with him, the fields become barren, the animals disappear. The earth mirrors the king's wound, waiting for the healing that can only come from restoring balance between the human and the divine. There is another figure that often appears alongside the Fisher King, the wounded king. In some versions of the story, these two are one and the same. In others, they are distinct but connected by the same themes of loss and longing for renewal. The wounded king's injury is usually described as a terrible wound to his thigh or groin, a wound that prevents him from fulfilling his role as a ruler and protector of the land. This injury is not just physical. It symbolizes impotence in a broader sense, his inability to restore life, to lead, to bring about the fertility that the land so desperately needs. The wound of the wounded king, like that of the Fisher King, represents a break in the natural order. In ancient Celtic belief, the king's body was tied to the body of the land. When the king was strong and whole, the land flourished. But when the king was wounded, the land suffered alongside him. This connection was sacred, and when it was broken, only a return to balance could heal both the king and the earth. In many stories, this healing comes not from the king himself, but from an outsider, a hero, often a knight, who must find the Grail and bring it to the king. Only then can the wound be healed and the land restored. The theme of sacrifice that runs through these stories touches on something universal. The king, whether fisher king or wounded king, represents the idea that true leadership requires a willingness to suffer, to give, to sacrifice for the greater good. In Celtic mythology, kingship was not about power or control, it was about service to the land and the people. When that service was broken, when the king could no longer fulfill his role, the consequences were felt by all. The fisher king's endless fishing, his waiting for healing, reflects this longing for renewal, for a return to the sacred balance that once existed. The parallels between the fisher king and the later Grail stories are undeniable. Both are tales of suffering, of longing for something that seems just out of reach. Both are stories of a king whose wound reflects a deeper, cosmic imbalance. And both are stories that speak to the power of sacrifice and the hope of renewal. The Grail, like the sacred cauldron of Celtic myth, represents the promise of healing, the chance to restore what has been broken. But it is not the object itself that holds the power, it is the willingness to seek it, to make the sacrifices necessary to bring about renewal. In the end, the Fisher King story, like so many in Celtic mythology, is a reminder of the fragility of life and the deep, sacred connections that bind us to the world around us. His wound is our wound, his longing our own. And his endless fishing, his search for healing, mirrors our own search for wholeness in a world that often feels broken. The Grail. A symbol that echoes through time, its meaning shifting, yet always powerful, always profound. At its heart, the Grail is not just a relic of legend, not merely a cup or a chalice of extraordinary value. It represents something far deeper, a bond between the ruler and the land, a covenant between humanity and the divine. The Grail is sovereignty itself, a sacred trust that links the well-being of a kingdom to the spirit of its leader. And in the myths that surround it, the Grail holds the fate of entire realms in its silent, shimmering depths. In Celtic belief, kingship was never just about power or rule, it was a sacred calling, a responsibility that connected the king's very soul to the land he governed. The king was more than a man, he was the heart of the land, the pulse that kept the rivers flowing, the crops growing, and the people thriving. If the king was just, if he ruled with wisdom and compassion, the land would flourish. But if the king faltered, if his connection to the divine faltered, the earth would wither, just as his strength waned. The Grail, as a symbol of sovereignty, embodies this sacred balance. It is not an object to be possessed, but a force to be honored. The one who seeks the Grail does not do so for personal gain or power, but to restore harmony to the world. For in the Grail is the health of the kingdom, the life force of the earth. When a king is chosen by the Grail, it is not by chance or ambition. It is a reflection of his bond to the land, a mirror of his inner truth. There is an ancient understanding that runs through the stories of the Grail, the idea that the king and the land are one. When the rightful ruler is in place, when he serves not himself but the world around him, the earth responds with abundance. The rivers flow clear, the fields bloom with golden grain, and the people live in peace. But when the king becomes disconnected from the source of his strength, when his spirit becomes clouded or corrupted, the land reflects this brokenness. The skies darken, the crops fail, and the earth grows barren. This concept of the king as the living embodiment of the land is echoed in Celtic mythology time and again. The king was often seen as married to the land itself, with rituals that symbolized this union. His reign was not his own but was given to him by the divine forces that governed the natural world. The Grail, in its mystical power, is an extension of this relationship. To find the Grail, to drink from its holy cup, is to reforge the bond between ruler and land, to heal the wounds that threaten to tear the kingdom apart. But the Grail is elusive. It does not reveal itself to just anyone. Only the worthy can approach it, and even then, it often remains out of reach. The Grail appears when the time is right, when the land is in need, and when the ruler, or the one who seeks to restore the king, has proven himself in heart and spirit. It is a test, not just of bravery or strength, but of purity, of humility, of the willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. The story of the Fisher King echoes this truth. Here is a king, gravely wounded, his life ebbing away, just as the land around him withers and dies. His wound is more than physical, it is the mark of a broken covenant, a tear in the sacred bond between ruler and realm. The Fisher King cannot heal himself, and as his strength fades, so too does the vitality of the kingdom. It is the Grail that holds the power to restore both king and land, but it remains just beyond his grasp, waiting for the one who can renew the connection, who can mend the fracture between earth and sky. And so, the quest for the Grail is not just a search for a sacred object. It is a quest to restore balance, to renew the harmony between ruler, land, and the divine. The one who finds the Grail does not do so for glory or riches, but to bring healing to the king, to the land, to the people. The Grail chooses its bearer, and in that choice, sovereignty is affirmed. The one who holds the Grail becomes the true ruler, the one who can bring life back to the earth. In the Arthurian legends, the quest for the Grail is often depicted as a test of the knights, a journey that reveals their inner selves. But at its core, the Grail is a reflection of the king's soul. King Arthur himself is not immune to this sacred connection. His bond to the land is strong, but even he must confront the truth that his strength, his ability to rule, is tied to forces greater than himself. When the Grail appears in Arthur's court, it is a sign, a reminder that the king's power comes not from his sword, but from his connection to the sacred, to the land that breathes with him. The Grail's connection to sovereignty is not limited to the tales of Arthur, though. In Celtic mythology, the symbol of the chalice, or cauldron, appears time and again as a representation of power, wisdom, and kingship. The cauldron of the Dagda, for example, was a vessel of abundance, capable of providing endless nourishment. But it was more than a tool of plenty, it was a symbol of the king's ability to provide for his people, to ensure that the land remained fertile and the harvest bountiful. The cauldron, like the Grail, was a sacred trust, a reminder that the king's role was to serve the land, not to dominate it. As the stories of the Grail evolved, the Christian symbolism of the chalice merged with these older, pagan ideas. The Grail became not just a symbol of the king's power, but of divine grace, of the eternal connection between heaven and earth. The king who sought the Grail was not just looking for physical healing or victory in battle, he was seeking the blessing of the divine, the affirmation that his reign was just and true. In this way, the Grail represents the ultimate symbol of sovereignty, not just over the land, but over the soul. In the end, the Grail is more than a symbol. It is a promise, a covenant between the ruler and the earth. It is a reminder that true kingship is not about control or domination, but about stewardship, about serving the land and the people with humility and wisdom. The Grail waits for the one who understands this, who knows that sovereignty is not something to be taken, but something to be earned. And in that understanding, the land will flourish, the rivers will flow, and the kingdom will be whole once more. The ancient stories of the Celts, with their deep ties to nature, magic, and the sacred forces of the earth, had long lived in the hearts of the people. They spoke of cauldrons that brought life, swords that shone with destiny, and kings whose fates were bound to the land. But as the waves of Christian belief began to sweep over the Celtic lands, these old stories did not simply fade away. Instead, they were transformed, woven into the new faith, carrying with them echoes of the old world. Nowhere is this transformation more powerful than in the tale of the Grail, a symbol born from the Celtic cauldrons of life and rebirth, reshaped into a sacred Christian relic that promised spiritual renewal. It was in these early days of Christianization that the Grail became more than a vessel of abundance. It became a symbol of divine grace, a bridge between the pagan past and the Christian present. But beneath the Christian layers that began to cover the old stories, the heart of the Celtic myths still beat strong, carrying with it the power of those ancient symbols. The cauldron, central to so many Celtic tales, was one of the most powerful of these symbols. In the hands of gods and heroes, the cauldron had brought life to the dead, abundance to the hungry, wisdom to the seeker. It was a vessel of transformation, a reflection of the cycles of life, death, and rebirth that governed the world. And yet, as Christianity took root, this cauldron began to change. It became the Grail, a cup, a chalice, but still holding the promise of transformation. Where once the cauldron had been filled with the mysteries of nature and magic, the Grail was now filled with the divine blood of Christ. The promise of rebirth remained, but it was no longer a return to life in this world, it was the promise of eternal life in the next. The Christian writers who first adapted these Celtic myths understood the deep power of these symbols. They knew that the people they sought to convert still held their old beliefs close, still found meaning in the stories of gods and heroes who walked among them. And so, instead of erasing these symbols, they gave them new life within the Christian narrative. The cauldron became the Grail, but its essence remained. It was still a vessel of healing, of renewal, of the divine power that could restore the land and the people. But now, that power came not from the earth or from the ancient gods, but from the Christian God, from the blood of Christ that had been shed for the salvation of all. And yet, the transformation of these myths did not happen all at once. It was a slow process, shaped by the influence of Celtic saints and monks, who themselves were deeply rooted in the land and its traditions. These early Christian leaders were not outsiders, they were born from the same people who had told these old stories for generations. They understood the sacredness of the earth, the cycles of life and death, the importance of symbols like the cauldron and the sword. And so, when they brought the Christian faith to their people, they did so not by rejecting the old ways, but by blending them with the new. Celtic saints like Saint Bridget and Street Columba became figures who bridged these two worlds. Their lives were filled with miracles that echoed the old myths, Bridget's ability to produce endless food for the hungry, Columba's mastery over the natural world. These saints became the new heroes, their stories carrying with them the echoes of the old gods and goddesses, but now with the power of the Christian God. In their hands, the Grail became a symbol of both the old and the new, a vessel that carried the divine power of Christ, but still held the magic of the earth from which it had been born. The monastic traditions that grew out of this early Christianization played a key role in shaping the Grail legend as we know it today. These monasteries, often nestled deep in the wilderness, were places of quiet contemplation and learning, but they were also places where the old and the new came together. The monks who lived there copied ancient texts, preserving not only the Christian scriptures but also the stories of their ancestors. And as they wrote, they wove these stories together, creating a new narrative that honored both the old gods and the new. In these monasteries, the Grail became more than just a symbol of sovereignty over the land, it became a symbol of spiritual sovereignty, of the soul's journey towards God. The quest for the Grail, which had once been a quest for kingship and the health of the land, became a quest for salvation, for the healing of the soul. And yet, the echoes of the old myths remained. The Grail was still a vessel of transformation, still tied to the health of the land and the king. But now, that health was a reflection of the king's spiritual purity, of his closeness to God. As the Grail legend grew, it became a story of knights and kings seeking not just physical healing, but spiritual redemption. The Fisher King, wounded and waiting for the Grail to heal him, was not just a symbol of a king who had lost his way, he was a symbol of humanity itself, wounded by sin and in need of the healing power of Christ. The land, once tied to the health of the king, now became a reflection of the spiritual health of the people. And the quest for the Grail became a symbol of the soul's journey towards God, a journey that echoed the old Celtic belief in the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The Grail's transformation from a Celtic cauldron to a Christian relic was not a rejection of the old myths, but a continuation of them. The symbols that had once carried the power of the earth and the gods now carried the power of Christ, but their meaning remained the same. They were vessels of healing, of transformation, of renewal. And in the hands of the Christian writers who shaped these stories, they became a bridge between two worlds, a world of pagan magic and a world of Christian faith, a world where the old God still whispered in the winds and the new God promised salvation for all. In the end, the Christianization of the Celtic Grail myths is a story of continuity, of symbols that carried the hopes and dreams of a people through centuries of change. The Grail, whether as a cauldron or a chalice, remains a powerful symbol of the human longing for renewal, for healing, for a connection to the divine that can restore the soul and the land. And in that symbol, we can still hear the echoes of the ancient Celtic stories, the tales of gods and heroes who walked the earth and left their mark on the land. In the heart of every legend, there lies a quest, a call that cannot be ignored, one that speaks to something deep within the human spirit. Among all the tales of bravery, magic, and kings, there is one that stands above the rest, the story of King Arthur and the Grail. The Grail was not just a cup, not just a relic of divine power, but something that pulled at the souls of those who sought it. It was a promise, a mystery, and a test all at once, calling the knights of Arthur's Round Table to leave behind everything they knew and venture into the unknown. Arthur's kingdom, Camelot, was a place where chivalry, honor, and duty lived in every heart. His knights were not mere warriors, they were men bound by ideals, by a shared vision of a better world, where justice ruled and the weak were protected. Yet, even in this golden age, there was a yearning, a longing for something greater. The Grail, whispered about in hushed tones, was the embodiment of that longing. It was said to be the cup that held the blood of Christ, the holiest of relics, capable of healing the wounded, restoring the land, and offering divine grace to those pure enough to find it. The call of the Grail was not for everyone. It was not a prize to be won by strength or skill in battle. The Grail sought the pure of heart, the noble in spirit, those willing to sacrifice everything for a glimpse of its light. In the stories of Arthur's knights, this quest for the Grail was more than a physical journey. It was a spiritual test, a path of self-discovery where each knight had to face their deepest fears, flaws, and doubts. Sir Galahad, the most famous of all the knights to seek the Grail, was a man of unmatched purity. Born of the bloodline of Joseph of Arimathea, who was said to have brought the Grail to Britain, Galahad was destined for greatness. Unlike others, his heart was free from sin, his soul untarnished by the weight of the world. It was Galahad who would ultimately find the Grail, his purity allowing him to see what others could not. His quest was not just for glory, but for a spiritual union with the divine, a glimpse of the eternal that few men ever reach. But Galahad's quest was not the only one. Sir Lancelot, Arthur's greatest knight, also sought the Grail. Lancelot was a man of contradictions, strong, brave, and fiercely loyal, yet his heart was heavy with the burden of his love for Queen Guinevere, Arthur's wife. Though Lancelot was a hero in every sense, his love for Guinevere tainted his soul, making him unworthy of the Grail. Despite his best efforts, despite his desire to find redemption in the holy relic, he could never touch it, for the Grail demands a heart free from earthly ties. Lancelot's quest was one of pain and longing, a reminder that even the greatest heroes carry their flaws and failings. Then there was Sir Percival, a knight whose journey was filled with innocence and growth. Percival, unlike Galahad, was not born pure but became pure through his trials and lessons. His quest for the Grail was one of learning, of becoming worthy through the hardships he faced along the way. Percival's innocence and persistence made him a symbol of hope, that even those who are not perfect can find redemption through their perseverance and willingness to grow. The Grail in Arthurian legend was more than a Christian relic. Its roots reached back to the ancient Celtic myths of the cauldrons of abundance and rebirth. In the hands of the Celtic gods, these vessels had brought life and knowledge, and now, in the Christianized world of Arthur, the Grail held similar promises of healing, renewal, and spiritual awakening. The quest for the Grail, with all its dangers and trials, mirrored the old Celtic belief that life was a series of transformations, that one had to pass through death and darkness to reach the light on the other side. In the Arthurian tales, the Grail is a symbol of hope, but also a reminder of the fragility of the human spirit. Not all who seek it can find it, and not all who find it can hold it. For those knights who rode out from Camelot in search of the Grail, the journey was one that changed them forever. It was not the Grail itself that brought about this change, but the quest, the trials, the suffering, the moments of doubt and despair that stripped them of everything except their core, their true selves. And while some knights returned to Camelot, others did not. For some, the quest for the Grail became their undoing. Sir Gawain, Sir Bors, Sir Tristan, all brave and noble, but none could find the Grail. For each of them, the journey revealed their strengths and weaknesses, their virtues and flaws. The Grail was never about the object itself, it was about what it revealed in those who sought it. Arthur himself, though not a seeker of the Grail, was deeply connected to it. As the king, his fate was tied to the land, and the Grail represented the health and well-being of both the kingdom and its ruler. When the Grail was hidden, when it was lost to the knights who sought it, the land suffered. The fields grew barren, the rivers ran dry, and the people despaired. The search for the Grail was as much a quest for the healing of the kingdom as it was for the souls of the knights. And so, the Grail became the heart of the Arthurian legend, a symbol of everything the knights stood for: honor, bravery, purity, and sacrifice. It was a reminder that true heroism was not found in battle or in victory, but in the willingness to face one's own weaknesses, to fight the battles within, and to seek the divine in a world filled with darkness. The Grail quest, with all its trials and tribulations, remains one of the most enduring parts of the Arthurian legend. It speaks to the deepest parts of the human soul, the desire for something greater, something more meaningful than the material world. It is the story of a quest that every person undertakes, in one way or another, as they seek out their own truths, their own sense of purpose, and their own connection to the divine. In the end, the Grail is not just a symbol of Arthur's knights, it is a symbol of the human condition, of the longing we all feel for something that lies just beyond our reach, something that promises healing, transformation, and grace. And though few may find it, the search itself is what gives life meaning, for it is in the quest that we discover who we truly are. A young knight rides through the mist, the world around him unknown and shrouded in mystery. His name is Perceval, and he is about to stumble upon something that will change the course of his life forever, a glimpse of the Grail. It is not just any encounter, it is a moment where destiny, innocence, and the weight of untold wisdom collide. Chrétien de Troyes, in his poem Perceval, or The Story of the Grail, captured this moment with such vivid emotion that it has echoed through centuries, carving its place in the hearts of those who seek stories of courage, purity, and the quest for meaning. Perceval was not born into the life of a knight. He grew up in the quiet forests, sheltered from the outside world by a mother who feared losing him to the same fate that took his father and brothers, death in battle. He knew nothing of swords, chivalry, or the ways of knights. But something within him stirred when he encountered knights for the first time, their shining armor and noble demeanor igniting a fire that would not be quenched. Perceval's heart was full of innocence, untainted by the complexities of the world, and it was this purity that set him on his path, a path that mirrored the ancient journeys of Celtic heroes long before him. Like those heroes, Perceval's quest was not about worldly riches or glory. It was about something deeper, an encounter with the sacred. In the heart of Chrétien de Troyes' tale, the Grail appears not as an object to be won, but as something mysterious, otherworldly, and divine. Perceval's journey to the Grail was not just a knight's adventure, it was a spiritual odyssey, a mirror of the ancient Celtic traditions where heroes sought out magical cauldrons, sacred treasures, and wells of wisdom, each offering transformation to those who were worthy. When Perceval first encountered the Grail, it was in the hall of a mysterious fisher king, a ruler who was gravely wounded and whose land suffered as he did. As the Grail was carried before him, glowing with an ethereal light, Perceval, still young and unsure, did not ask the one question that could have healed the king and restored the land: whom does the Grail serve? This moment, this silence, weighed heavy on Perceval's soul. The Grail, so close yet so far, slipped through his fingers because he had not understood what was required of him. It was not just a question of curiosity, but a question of compassion, of understanding the suffering of others and the role he was meant to play in the healing of the world. The parallels to the ancient Celtic stories are unmistakable. Just as the Celtic heroes sought out cauldrons that held the promise of abundance, knowledge, or rebirth, Perceval's Grail was a vessel of divine grace, but it required something more than bravery to attain. The cauldrons in Celtic myth were not just gifts, they were tests, demanding wisdom, humility, and transformation from those who sought them. Perceval's failure to ask the right question echoed the trials of those ancient heroes who, in their journeys, faced not only physical challenges but moral and spiritual ones. Yet, Perceval's story did not end in failure. His silence, his missed opportunity, became the driving force of his quest. From that moment on, he wandered the world, searching for the Grail once more, not for his own sake, but for the sake of the wounded king and the land. His quest became one of redemption, of learning what it meant to truly serve others. In this, Perceval's journey was not unlike the Celtic heroes who, after facing their trials, were forever changed. Their encounters with the sacred objects they sought did not leave them untouched. They emerged from their quests not as they were when they began, but as wiser, more compassionate beings. In Perceval's search for the Grail, Chrétien de Troyes captured the essence of what it means to seek something greater than oneself. The Grail, much like the sacred cauldrons of Celtic myth, was not a reward for the strong, but a gift for the humble, the kind, and the pure of heart. It was a vessel that could heal not just the body, but the spirit, and in the act of seeking it, Perceval began to heal himself. The Fisher King, with his grievous wound that would not heal, was a figure straight out of Celtic tradition as well. He represented the deep connection between the king and the land, a bond so strong that the health of one depended on the other. This theme, of kingship, sacrifice, and the renewal of the land, was woven into the ancient Celtic stories, where the ruler's fate was often tied to the natural world. The king's suffering was not just his own, it spread through the land like a sickness, and only through a hero's quest could both be restored. Perceval's silence in the face of the Grail was more than a mistake. It was a reflection of his youth, his inexperience, and his unpreparedness for the gravity of what he had encountered. But like the Celtic heroes who often stumbled and fell before rising again, Perceval's quest was one of growth. He had to learn not only the ways of knighthood, but the deeper truths of life, compassion, humility, and the responsibility that comes with power. Chrétien de Troyes' telling of Perceval's story was the first written account of the Grail, and it set the stage for all the Grail legends that would follow. But in many ways, it was a continuation of stories that had been told for centuries in the Celtic lands, stories of heroes on quests for sacred objects that held the power to transform, to heal, and to grant wisdom. The Grail, in Chrétien's hands, became the bridge between these ancient tales and the new Christian world that was emerging. It was both a continuation of the old and a promise of something new, something eternal. Perceval's journey speaks to the deepest parts of the human soul, to the part of us that longs for meaning, for purpose, and for redemption. His quest, though rooted in the chivalric world of Arthur's knights, is timeless. It is the story of every person who seeks something beyond the material world, something sacred that can heal the wounds of the soul and restore the balance of life. In the end, Perceval's quest for the Grail was not about finding the object itself, but about the transformation it brought within him. It was a journey of the heart, a path that led him not just to the Grail, but to a deeper understanding of himself, of the world, and of the divine forces that shape both. The Grail, a symbol so ancient and powerful, whispers through time, changing form but never losing its mystique. Its origins were born in the fires of Celtic myth, where cauldrons brimmed with magic and life itself. But as centuries passed, the Grail transformed, shaped by the hands of medieval storytellers, who breathed new life into this sacred object, molding it from a mysterious vessel of pagan tradition into a Christian chalice of divine grace. And in this transformation, the Grail took on new meanings, entwined with the hearts and hopes of all who sought it. The first stirrings of this legendary evolution began with Chrétien de Troyes, whose story of Perceval left readers in awe, their imaginations gripped by the mystery of the Grail. In Chrétien's time, the Grail was a symbol that could not be fully understood. It appeared in a moment of silence, carried before the eyes of a young, innocent knight, shrouded in a holiness that both beckoned and withdrew. What was the Grail? In those early stories, it was not yet defined as the chalice of Christ. It was otherworldly, ethereal, like the cauldrons of ancient Celtic tales that held abundance, wisdom, and rebirth. But the seeds were planted, and soon, other writers took up the tale, nurturing it into something new. As the Grail legend moved from the hands of Chrétien into the minds of later medieval writers, the story began to shift. Robert de Boron, a poet whose works left a lasting mark on the Grail narrative, was one of the first to link the Grail explicitly to Christian lore. In his retelling, the Grail became the very cup used by Christ at the Last Supper, the vessel that caught his blood at the crucifixion. No longer was it a symbol of vague mystery, it was now a chalice filled with the sacred blood of salvation. And with this transformation, the Grail took on a new significance, no longer just a symbol of magic and power, but of divine grace and redemption. In this Christianized version, the Grail was no longer just an object of questing knights, it was now tied to the fate of humanity itself. The cauldron of old, which offered physical sustenance and life, became a chalice that offered spiritual salvation. The knights who sought it were no longer just warriors on a journey, they were pilgrims, seeking not just a magical artifact, but the grace of God. And as the Grail's meaning deepened, so too did the stories that surrounded it. The knights of Arthur's court, Lancelot, Galahad, and Gawain, took on new roles in the Grail quest. Their journeys were no longer just about heroism or proving their worth in battle. The Grail was not something that could be won with strength alone. It required purity of heart, devotion, and a willingness to sacrifice. Galahad, the purest of all knights, became the one destined to find the Grail, his soul untainted by sin, his heart open to the divine. Lancelot, the greatest knight in terms of skill and bravery, found himself unworthy because of his love for Guinevere, a love that, though powerful, tainted his soul. The Grail demanded more than worldly greatness, it required spiritual perfection. As the story evolved through the hands of medieval writers, the Grail's transformation reflected the changing beliefs and values of the time. The old pagan world, where gods and magic were tied to the earth, was fading, giving way to the Christian belief in a higher power, a singular God who offered not just power, but salvation. And so, the cauldron, with its ties to the land, to fertility, and to the cycles of life, gave way to the chalice, a symbol of eternal life, of the divine sacrifice made for humanity's redemption. But even as the Grail took on these Christian overtones, echoes of its older, Celtic roots remained. In the Grail's mysterious nature, in the way it appeared only to those who were truly worthy, one can still hear the faint whisper of the cauldrons of Celtic myth. Those cauldrons, which could restore life, grant wisdom, or offer endless sustenance, were never easily obtained. They were hidden in the otherworld, guarded by powerful beings, and only the most heroic of figures could hope to find them. Similarly, the Grail, whether as cauldron or chalice, remained elusive, a prize that could only be attained by those who were pure of heart. As the Grail legend continued to evolve, it spread beyond the borders of France and England, finding its way into the hearts and minds of people across Europe. Each retelling brought new layers of meaning, new interpretations of what the Grail was and what it represented. But at its core, the Grail remained a symbol of something beyond the reach of ordinary men, a vessel of divine power, of eternal mystery, and of the hope that, through courage, faith, and purity, one might touch the sacred. The transformation of the Grail from cauldron to chalice was more than just a change in form. It was a reflection of the changing world in which these stories were told, a world where the old ways were giving way to the new, where pagan beliefs were being replaced by Christian ones, and where the heroes of legend were becoming saints in the eyes of a new religion. But even as the Grail changed, it remained a symbol of the quest, the eternal search for meaning, for redemption, and for the divine. In the hands of medieval writers, the Grail legend became something more than just a story of knights and quests. It became a reflection of the human soul's longing for something greater, for something that transcends the material world and touches the divine. And in that longing, in that quest, the Grail became not just a symbol of power, but of hope, hope that, through the trials and tribulations of life, one might find grace, salvation, and peace. As the Grail passed from the hands of Celtic storytellers into the world of medieval literature, it transformed, but its essence remained the same. It was a symbol of the sacred, of the eternal, and of the possibility that, through courage, faith, and love, one might find what they seek, not just in this world, but in the next. The Grail, whether as cauldron or chalice, is a symbol of the journey that each soul must take, a journey toward the light, toward the divine, and toward the ultimate truth that lies at the heart of all great stories. In the shadows of the crucifixion, as the world held its breath, there was a man whose quiet courage would birth a legend so deep it would resonate through the ages. Joseph of Arimathea, a figure standing silently amid the tumult, dared to do what others would not. He approached the body of Christ. Amid the grief and despair, he asked for the body of the Savior, and with his hands, he laid Jesus to rest. But it wasn't only the act of burial that would intertwine his name with one of the most mysterious and powerful symbols of all time. It was said that in this sacred moment, Joseph carried something else, a cup. This cup, the very one that had caught the blood of Christ, would soon become the Grail, the vessel of miracles, the heart of both myth and faith. The story of Joseph of Arimathea is not simply the tale of a man moved by compassion, it is the beginning of a new thread in the great tapestry of the Grail legend. In the crucible of early Christian lore, where faith, sacrifice, and redemption flowed as one, Joseph's name was forever woven into the fabric of this powerful symbol. He was no longer just a man who showed kindness to Christ in death, he became the keeper of the holiest relic. The Grail, in Joseph's hands, transformed from a simple cup into something transcendent, a bridge between humanity and the divine. For those who told the tale of Joseph, it wasn't enough that he had tended to the broken body of Christ. They imagined him as the guardian of the most sacred object on earth. They said that this cup, this Grail, had been the same vessel used at the Last Supper, the cup from which Christ had given the apostles his blood, declaring it the wine of a new covenant. And when Christ's blood was shed upon the cross, Joseph, they believed, caught it in this very same cup, preserving it as a vessel of salvation. The merging of this Christian narrative with the ancient lore of the Celtic world created something entirely new, a symbol both of the old pagan mysteries and of the new Christian faith. The Celtic people had long told stories of cauldrons and vessels that held magical properties, objects that could grant life, wisdom, and endless abundance. In their myths, these sacred objects were deeply connected to the gods, to the land, and to the cycles of life and death. The Grail, as it entered the Christian imagination, became a spiritual successor to these ancient Celtic cauldrons, absorbing their mystery and their power, but also becoming something more, an embodiment of the Christian promise of eternal life and divine grace. In the blending of these two traditions, the Grail took on layers of meaning that reached beyond any single faith or culture. For the Celts, cauldrons had always represented the mysteries of life and death, the endless turning of the seasons, the promise of rebirth. For Christians, the Grail became a symbol of the ultimate sacrifice, of Christ's blood shed to redeem the world. And so, these two great streams of thought flowed together, creating a narrative that was both pagan and Christian, earthly and divine. In the stories that followed, Joseph of Arimathea was not just a quiet figure who played a role in the burial of Christ. He became a pilgrim, a traveler carrying the Grail across seas and mountains, bringing with him the hope of salvation to distant lands. Some said he journeyed to Britain, planting the seeds of Christianity in a land still steeped in the magic of its pagan past. It was here, they said, that the Grail found a new home, hidden away in a sacred place, waiting for the right moment, the right night, the right soul to come and seek it. And so, the Grail became more than just a relic of the Christian faith, it became a symbol of the eternal quest. Like the cauldrons of Celtic myth, it was not something that could be easily found or possessed. It was elusive, shrouded in mystery, guarded by forces beyond human comprehension. Those who sought it, whether in the old Celtic tales or in the later Christian stories, had to prove themselves worthy, not just in strength, but in spirit. The Grail was a test, a challenge, a path to both enlightenment and redemption. The figure of Joseph of Arimathea, standing at the crossroads of these two traditions, represents more than just a merging of Celtic and Christian thought. He symbolizes the bridge between the mortal and the divine, the earthly and the heavenly. In the Grail, carried by Joseph, the ancient wisdom of the Celts found a new expression in the story of Christ's sacrifice. The Grail became not just a symbol of kingship or power, but of the spiritual journey, the quest for a higher understanding, a closer connection to God. Through the centuries, this tale of Joseph and the Grail evolved, its meaning shifting as it was told and retold. But at its heart, the story remained one of hope, of the belief that even in the darkest of times, there is something holy that can be found, something that offers not just life, but renewal, not just power, but grace. The Grail, born of Celtic mystery and Christian faith, became a beacon for all who sought the divine, a symbol of the eternal longing for something greater than the material world, something that speaks to the soul. The legend of Joseph of Arimathea and the Grail echoes through time, a story of faith, sacrifice, and the quest for the divine. It reminds us that the greatest treasures are not those that can be held or owned, but those that transform the heart, that lift the spirit, that bring us closer to the light. In the Grail, as in Joseph's quiet act of compassion, we find a symbol of the infinite, a reminder that the divine is not something distant or unreachable, but something that can be touched, even if only for a moment, in the hands of those who seek it with pure hearts. In the mist-shrouded lands of the ancient Celts, the cauldron stood as a symbol of life's endless cycles. It was no ordinary vessel. It represented creation, abundance, wisdom, and rebirth. It was the heart of many myths, where warriors would be reborn, where the dead found new life, and where the essence of the gods was stirred. The cauldron was a thing of magic, pulsating with the power of the earth itself. But then, something shifted. As the stories of Christ spread through the lands, as Christian faith took root where once only the ancient gods had been worshipped, the cauldron, the vessel of the gods, began to change. It did not vanish, it transformed. It became the cup, the chalice, the Holy Grail. What had once been a symbol of the earth's boundless magic became a vessel of divine grace, carrying within it the blood of Christ, the promise of salvation. This transformation, from cauldron to cup, was more than just a shift in physical form. It was a change in the heart of a culture, a merging of ancient beliefs with the newer, rising tide of Christianity. Yet, beneath this shift, the deep reverence for the vessel remained. Both the cauldron and the chalice were objects that could not be understood at first glance. They were imbued with meanings that went far beyond their simple appearance. They held the promise of something greater than themselves, a mystery that whispered of life, death, and the divine. In Celtic tradition, the cauldron was linked to the earth, to the cycles of nature, and to the gods who ruled them. It was believed that the cauldron of the Dagda, the great father god, could never be emptied, feeding all who came to it. It was a source of endless nourishment, not only for the body but for the spirit. To partake from such a vessel was to be connected to the very essence of life itself. But as the Christian story began to spread, the cauldron's form shifted. In the Last Supper, Christ took a simple cup, and in that moment, transformed it into something holy. He raised the cup, telling his disciples that this was his blood, poured out for the salvation of many. It was no longer just a cup, it was the chalice, a vessel of eternal life, of redemption, of a love so profound that it transcended death. The cup became more than a symbol, it became a sacrament, a living embodiment of divine grace. And yet, the transformation from cauldron to chalice was not abrupt or violent. It was as if the cauldron had always held within it the promise of the chalice, waiting for the moment when the two would become one. Both vessels, whether cauldron or chalice, were about life. One spoke of life renewed through the earth and its cycles, through the magic of the gods. The other spoke of life renewed through sacrifice, through the blood of a Savior. But in their essence, they were the same. They were vessels that carried the hope of something greater. In the hands of the ancient Celts, the cauldron was a mystery, a source of endless wonder. In the hands of Christ, the cup became a symbol of the greatest mystery of all, the mystery of divine love, poured out for humanity. And as these two traditions mingled, as the ancient Celtic beliefs intertwined with the Christian faith, the cauldron slowly transformed into the holy chalice. But it never lost its magic. The cauldron had always been a symbol of transformation, of change. It was where the dead were reborn, where the old became new again. And in this, it held within it the seeds of the chalice. For what is the Christian story if not one of transformation, of death and resurrection, of old lives made new through faith? The chalice, in its Christian form, took on these same meanings. It became a vessel of transformation, not of the physical kind, but of the spiritual. To drink from the chalice was to partake in the death and resurrection of Christ, to be reborn, just as those who drank from the cauldron were said to rise anew. In the blending of these two powerful symbols, something extraordinary happened. The Grail, whether in the form of the cauldron or the chalice, became a symbol of the eternal quest. It was no longer just about life or death, about earth or heaven. It was about the journey to understand, to seek, to connect with the divine. Whether a warrior seeking rebirth from the cauldron or a knight searching for the Holy Grail, the quest was always the same, to find the source of life, of wisdom, of grace. And so, the cauldron, once a symbol of Celtic magic, was not lost. It lived on in the Grail, transformed but still potent. The stories of ancient gods and Christian saints wove together, and in that weaving, the cup took on new layers of meaning. The Grail became not just a relic of the past, but a living symbol of faith and hope. In the hands of Joseph of Arimathea, the chalice became the Grail, the cup that held the blood of Christ. But in the hearts of those who had long known the power of the cauldron, it was also something more, a continuation of the old ways, a vessel that had always been about the mysteries of life, the divine, and the eternal cycle of rebirth. The transformation from cauldron to chalice was not the death of one tradition and the birth of another. It was the merging of two ways of seeing the world, one that saw magic in the earth, and the cycles of nature, and the gods who watched over life and death, and another that saw divine grace in the sacrifice of a Savior, in the promise of eternal life. The Grail, whether as cauldron or chalice, remained a symbol of hope, of transformation, and of the endless quest to find something greater than ourselves. In that simple vessel, whether brimming with the magic of the Dagda or the blood of Christ, lay the same promise, that life, in all its mystery and wonder, is never truly lost. It is transformed, renewed, reborn. And in that promise, both the cauldron and the chalice continue to speak to the soul, across the ages, whispering of the mysteries they hold. In the quiet, ancient forests of the Celts, where the earth pulsed with unseen life, there was a power that all people felt but few could explain. It was the presence of something sacred, something older than time itself. It was the essence of the divine feminine, woven into the land, the rivers, and the skies. This presence was not simply seen in the faces of goddesses or whispered in prayers, it was embodied in the most sacred of symbols, the cauldron, and later, the Grail. The cauldron held within it the mysteries of life and death, creation and transformation. It was a symbol of abundance, fertility, and rebirth, and it was deeply connected to the goddess. To the Celts, the goddess was not just a figure of worship, she was life itself. She was the earth beneath their feet, the womb that gave birth to all things, the source from which all life flowed and to which all returned. Her power was both nurturing and fierce, capable of giving life and taking it away. And it was through the cauldron that her essence was most fully understood. The cauldron was not an ordinary vessel, it was the womb of the goddess, where life was created, sustained, and reborn. It was the symbol of the great cycle of existence, a cycle that only the goddess could control. When a warrior drank from the cauldron, he was not merely tasting its contents, he was tasting the power of the goddess herself, being reborn through her divine will. Over time, as the cauldron transformed into the Grail, the essence of the goddess did not disappear. Instead, it took on new forms, hidden in the Christian stories, but still present, still alive. The Grail, though it came to be seen as a symbol of Christ's sacrifice, also carried within it the ancient power of the goddess. It was, after all, a vessel, a cup that held life, just as the womb of the goddess once did. The Grail was not only a Christian relic but a continuation of the old ways, a symbol of the divine feminine that could not be erased. The goddess Brigid, for instance, was one such figure whose influence on Grail myths can still be felt. As the goddess of healing, fertility, and poetry, Brigid was both a nurturer and a protector, a symbol of the power that women held over life and death. Her sacred wells, brimming with life-giving water, were reflections of the cauldron's endless abundance. And though she was later transformed into a Christian saint, her essence remained unchanged. The Grail, like her wells and cauldrons, was a vessel of healing and renewal, carrying within it the promise of rebirth that Brigid herself embodied. Then there was Ceridwen, the great goddess of wisdom and transformation, whose cauldron of inspiration and knowledge was one of the most powerful symbols of the divine feminine. It was from her cauldron that the bard Taliesin was born, transformed from an innocent child into a figure of immense wisdom and power. Ceridwen's cauldron, like the Grail, was not only a source of nourishment but of enlightenment. To drink from it was to be forever changed, to be filled with the wisdom of the goddess herself. The Grail, in its later Christian context, carried these same themes. The search for it was not just a quest for physical sustenance but for spiritual knowledge, for enlightenment. In both the cauldron and the Grail, the goddess was present, her power flowing through these sacred vessels. She was the force behind the fertility of the land, the wisdom of the soul, and the life-giving energy that sustained all of creation. Her presence in these symbols was undeniable, even as the stories shifted and changed, even as the Christian faith began to take hold. The Grail, in many ways, was a continuation of the goddess's story, her legacy carried forward through time. It was not merely a symbol of Christ's sacrifice, but of the sacred feminine, of the life-giving power that only the goddess could provide. The search for the Grail, like the search for the cauldron, was a search for her wisdom, her nurturing presence, her power to transform and renew. The knights who sought the Grail were not just looking for a holy relic, they were seeking the essence of the divine feminine, whether they realized it or not. And it is here, in this merging of traditions, that the Grail truly comes alive. For the goddess cannot be forgotten. Her power flows through the land, through the stories, through the vessels that hold the mysteries of life. In the Grail, the ancient and the new come together, and the goddess, though hidden beneath layers of Christian symbolism, still reigns. The Grail, like the cauldron before it, remains a symbol of fertility, of life, of the power to create and sustain. It is the womb of the world, the vessel through which all things are born and reborn. And though its form may have changed, its essence has not. It is still the sacred cup of the goddess, filled with the mysteries of life and death, with the power of transformation that only the divine feminine can offer. To hold the Grail is to hold the power of the goddess, to feel her presence in every sip, every breath, every heartbeat. It is to be connected to the cycles of the earth, to the endless flow of life that she controls. And though the stories may have changed, though the names may be different, the Grail remains a symbol of her, of the sacred feminine, of the life-giving power that sustains us all. In this way, the Grail continues to remind us of the goddess, of her presence in the world, and of the power she holds. She is the cauldron, she is the cup, she is the Grail, and through her, all things are possible. There is a moment in every story when the veil between worlds grows thin, and something sacred, something untouchable, begins to stir. For the Celts, this was not a fleeting belief, but a truth woven into the very fabric of existence. Their world was not the only one. Beyond the horizon of the visible, there lay other realms, mystical, eternal places where gods walked, where the dead lingered, where the impossible became possible. And in these Celtic myths, the Grail was not merely a sacred object, it was a portal, a bridge to the otherworld. In the stillness of night, beneath the stars, there were whispered stories of those who had crossed over. The otherworld was not a distant heaven, nor was it a place of punishment. It was a realm alive with beauty, mystery, and magic. It was a place where the gods held their court, where time flowed like water, and where the boundaries between life and death, between flesh and spirit, dissolved. The Celts believed that the living and the divine were not separated by an impassable distance, but were intricately connected, only a heartbeat away from one another. The Grail, in these ancient tales, was not just a vessel, it was the key to this crossing. To drink from it, to touch it, was to step beyond the limits of the mortal world and into the eternal. It was not just a quest for a sacred cup, it was a search for a doorway to the divine, a passage into the world of the gods, where wisdom and immortality awaited those who were brave enough to seek it. The story spoke of heroes and kings who, guided by visions or fate, ventured to find the Grail. These were not journeys in the ordinary sense, for the path to the Grail was not a road of miles, but of spirit. The searchers did not merely walk, they crossed thresholds of the soul, passing from the known world into a place where reality shifted and nothing was as it seemed. In this crossing, they encountered tests and trials, not of strength, but of heart and purity. The Grail itself was elusive, appearing only to those who were ready to leave behind the trappings of the mortal world and embrace something far greater. For the Celts, this idea of crossing between worlds was not new. They spoke of the city, the fairy mounds, where the veil between worlds was thin. There were days, sacred days, when the doors to the otherworld would open, Beltane, Samhain, moments when the spirits could walk among the living, and the living could find themselves drawn into the mysterious lands beyond. The Grail, in its deepest sense, was an embodiment of this crossing. It was a portal to the otherworld, a gateway through which the mortal could touch the divine. Those who sought the Grail were not merely looking for an object, they were seeking something far more profound. They were looking for the answers that could only be found on the other side. And in many stories, those who found the Grail were never the same again. They returned to their own world, but with a touch of the otherworld upon them. They carried with them the wisdom and grace of the divine, their lives forever altered by the experience of crossing into the unknown. One cannot think of the Grail without sensing the pull of this ancient belief, the knowledge that the world we see is but a shadow of something far greater, far more wondrous. The Grail was a reminder that the other world was always near, just beyond the edges of what we know. It was not a place of fear, but of awe. It was where the gods walked, where the dead could speak, where the soul could find answers to the questions that linger in the human heart. The crossing between the mortal world and the divine was not just a physical journey, it was a transformation. In the stories, those who sought the Grail were tested not by the distance they traveled, but by their ability to shed the illusions of the material world. Only those who could let go of fear, who could embrace the mysteries of life and death, were able to find what they were looking for. And in this sense, the Grail was not a destination but a doorway into the mysteries that lay beyond the world of the living. In Celtic tradition, the otherworld was often depicted as a place of great beauty, a land where the fields were always green, where the water shimmered with life, where the sky was endless and bright. It was a place of abundance, where sickness and death held no power, and where the soul could find peace. To enter the otherworld was to be in the presence of the divine, to feel the pulse of creation itself. The Grail, as a portal to this place, carried with it the promise of eternal life, not in the sense of endless days, but in the sense of being truly alive, of being connected to the source of all that is. The stories of the Grail, with their roots in Celtic belief, remind us of this truth. The world we know is not the whole story. There are other worlds, just out of reach, where the divine waits, where the soul can find its true home. The Grail, in its deepest meaning, is the key to these worlds. It is the symbol of the crossing, the moment when the veil lifts and we see, for the first time, the vastness of existence. Those who find the Grail are not simply heroes, they are seekers of truth, of wisdom, of the divine. They are those who have felt the call of something greater and have dared to follow it, even when the path is unclear, even when the way is hard. And when they find it, they do not find an object, but a doorway. They find the otherworld, waiting just beyond the horizon, filled with the light of the gods and the promise of something far greater than this world alone can offer. The wind whispers through the ancient trees, carrying tales of life, death, and the sacred dance that binds them together. In the heart of Celtic mythology lies a profound understanding of existence, a belief that life is not a straight line but a beautiful, intricate circle. It is within this cycle that the Grail emerges, not merely as a vessel, but as a powerful symbol of continuity, representing the endless flow of life beyond the boundaries of death. In Celtic stories, life and death are intertwined, each giving meaning to the other. The seasons turn, the earth breathes, and with each passing moment, something new is born while something else fades away. This cyclical nature is a celebration of existence, reminding us that every ending is simply a new beginning. The Celts revered the land and its rhythms, believing that death was not an end but a transformation, a passage into another phase of life. The Grail stands at the center of this cycle. It embodies the idea that life does not cease, it merely shifts forms. In the tales of the Grail, those who seek it are often on a quest for knowledge or healing, pursuing something that transcends the ordinary. The cup is not just a physical object, it is a representation of the nourishment of the soul, the sustenance of spirit that continues even after the body is gone. To drink from the Grail is to partake in the essence of life itself, to connect with the divine flow that sustains all beings. The stories tell of heroes who, after facing trials and tribulations, find the Grail and are transformed by the experience. They often emerge from these encounters not only changed but reborn. The act of finding the Grail is like a rite of passage, symbolizing a deeper understanding of the connection between life, death, and rebirth. Those who experience this transformation understand that they are part of a larger cycle, a wheel that turns ceaselessly, weaving the fabric of existence. Consider the tale of the Dagda's cauldron, a precursor to the Grail. This magical cauldron could feed an army and never empty. It represents abundance and nourishment, but it also symbolizes the deeper truth of existence, the idea that life is a gift that keeps giving. Just as the cauldron offers sustenance to all, so too does the Grail promise renewal and rebirth. The act of drinking from it becomes a sacred ceremony, a moment when the boundaries of life and death blur, and the seeker is embraced by the cycle of existence. In Celtic lore, the otherworld is often depicted as a paradise, where the spirits of the dead dwell in peace, free from suffering. Here, the cycle continues, for those who pass on are not lost, but transformed. The Grail serves as a bridge, connecting the living to this realm of eternal life. It reminds us that our loved ones, though they may leave the physical world, are still part of the cycle. They exist in a different form, forever woven into the tapestry of life. The tales of the Grail also highlight the importance of legacy. What we do in this life, the love we share, the kindness we show, reverberates in the lives of those who come after us. The Grail symbolizes the continuation of that legacy, the thread that ties generations together. Just as the seasons repeat, bringing forth new life from the remnants of the old, our actions create ripples in the fabric of time, influencing the world long after we are gone. In this understanding, the Grail also reflects the inner journey of the soul. The search for it mirrors the quest for personal growth and enlightenment, a path toward embracing the cycles of life. Each challenge faced by the seeker serves to illuminate their understanding of existence. It is not just about obtaining the Grail, but about the transformation that occurs along the way. The Grail is both the goal and the guide, leading the seeker to confront their fears, to let go of attachments, and to embrace the natural rhythms of life and death. As the heroes in these myths encounter the Grail, they learn that it holds not only the promise of eternal life, but also the wisdom to accept their mortality. It teaches them that death is not something to fear, but a natural part of the cycle. The Grail, then, becomes a source of strength, a reminder that even in the face of loss, there is hope for rebirth. Each time the sun sets, it prepares to rise again. Each winter gives way to spring, and the cycle continues. The Grail, in all its splendor, serves as a reflection of this eternal truth. It encapsulates the idea that through death, life is renewed, and through rebirth, we find deeper understanding and purpose. In the heart of the Celtic worldview, the Grail is a sacred reminder that life is not defined by the moments we can hold in our hands, but by the connections we foster and the love we share. It invites us to see the beauty in every cycle, to honor the transitions that shape our existence, and to embrace the eternal flow of life that binds us all. As the stories of the Grail echo through time, they continue to resonate with those who seek meaning in their own lives. They call us to reflect on the cycles we experience, to honor those who have come before us, and to recognize that our journeys are part of a much larger narrative. The Grail is a beacon of hope, a symbol of continuity, reminding us that, even in the face of death, life goes on, ever evolving, ever beautiful. In the quiet corners of ancient stories, a powerful theme weaves through the fabric of life and legend, the concept of the sacred wound. This wound, often seen as a mark of suffering, carries profound meaning in Celtic mythology. It is not merely a sign of pain, but a symbol of healing, transformation, and the deep connection between our struggles and the journey toward wholeness. At the heart of this narrative lies the Grail, a vessel that embodies the power to heal both physical and spiritual wounds. The sacred wound in Celtic mythology is not just about injury, it reflects the human experience of loss and longing. Heroes in these tales often carry wounds that are both physical and emotional. These wounds tell stories of battles fought, of loves lost, and of the burden of responsibility. Yet, these wounds also offer a path to healing, a way to confront and embrace the pain that life inevitably brings. The Grail emerges as a beacon of hope within this context. It is a symbol of healing that transcends mere physical recovery. To drink from the Grail is to experience a profound transformation, a moment when pain gives way to understanding and suffering becomes a catalyst for growth. The act of seeking the Grail mirrors the personal quest we all undertake when we face our wounds, whether they are visible or hidden deep within our hearts. Consider the stories of the Fisher King, who embodies the sacred wound. His injury is not just physical, it reflects the state of his kingdom, a land suffering from drought and despair. The Fisher King is a reminder that our wounds can impact not only our own lives, but also the world around us. When he is healed, so too is the land. The Grail, in this sense, symbolizes the connection between personal healing and the restoration of the greater community. The journey to find the Grail is filled with trials and challenges that mirror our own struggles. Each obstacle faced by the seeker becomes a chance to confront their fears, to heal old wounds, and to grow. It is through this journey that we learn the importance of vulnerability, of acknowledging our pain and seeking help. The Grail represents the strength found in facing our wounds head-on, rather than hiding from them. The healing power of the Grail is not limited to the physical realm. It extends to the very core of our being, touching our spirit and soul. When we drink from the Grail, we are nourished by its essence, which brings comfort and clarity. It washes over us like a gentle stream, easing our burdens and allowing us to release the weight of our sorrows. The act of healing is not a solitary endeavor, it is often shared with others, a collective journey toward wholeness. In Celtic myths, the concept of the sacred wound is closely tied to the idea of rebirth. The Grail serves as a transformative force, guiding those who seek it through their suffering and toward a new understanding of themselves and their place in the world. This rebirth is not simply about leaving the past behind, it is about integrating our wounds into our narrative, making them a part of who we are. The Grail teaches us that healing is a process, one that requires patience, compassion, and courage. The power of the Grail lies in its ability to illuminate the path toward healing. When the seeker finally reaches the Grail, it is often accompanied by a moment of profound insight. This insight reveals the interconnectedness of all things, the understanding that our wounds, both personal and collective, are part of a larger tapestry. Each thread of pain is woven with threads of love, joy, and resilience. The Grail offers the wisdom that through our suffering, we can find the strength to heal and move forward. Imagine a moment when the seeker holds the Grail in their hands. The cup is warm, radiating a soft glow that speaks of the divine. As they raise it to their lips, a surge of energy courses through them, filling the void left by their wounds. In that instant, they experience a sense of belonging, a reminder that they are not alone in their struggles. The Grail, with its healing properties, becomes a vessel of love and connection, binding the seeker to their ancestors, their community, and the greater universe. The sacred wound also calls upon us to be compassionate, both toward ourselves and others. In recognizing our own wounds, we develop empathy for the wounds of those around us. The stories of healing in the presence of the Grail inspire us to extend that compassion outward, to help others on their journey toward wholeness. In this way, the Grail becomes a symbol of unity, reminding us that we are all part of a shared experience of suffering and healing. As the tales of the Grail echo through the ages, they speak to the enduring human spirit. They remind us that wounds are not merely scars to be hidden but stories of strength and survival. The Grail stands as a testament to the possibility of healing, urging us to embrace our sacred wounds and seek the nourishment we need to grow. In a world often filled with chaos and uncertainty, the quest for the Grail offers a path toward understanding and peace. It invites us to confront our pain, to seek healing, and to recognize the beauty that can emerge from our struggles. The sacred wound is not a mark of defeat, it is a badge of honor, a symbol of resilience. The Grail teaches us that through our wounds, we can find the strength to heal, to love, and to connect with one another in profound and meaningful ways. The sacred wound and the Grail are intertwined, reminding us that healing is a journey we all share. Each step taken toward the Grail is a step toward understanding ourselves and the world around us. It is an invitation to embrace our wounds, to honor our stories, and to find the courage to seek the healing that lies within and beyond us. The Grail quest is more than just a search for a mystical cup, it is a profound journey that touches on the very essence of what it means to be human. At its heart lie themes of purity and redemption, intertwining in a way that resonates deeply within our souls. The quest for the Grail represents a yearning for something greater, a longing to restore balance and find meaning in a world often filled with chaos and confusion. As the seekers set out on their quest, they carry with them the weight of their imperfections. Each night, every individual pursuing the Grail is not merely looking for a physical object, they are seeking a deeper truth. The Grail symbolizes the possibility of redemption, a chance to cleanse the soul and rise above the mistakes of the past. The road to the Grail is one paved with trials that test the character and resolve of those who dare to pursue it. In the legends, the quest is often marked by challenges that require not just physical strength but also purity of heart. A knight who harbors selfish motives or unworthy intentions is doomed to fail. This reflects a powerful truth about our own lives. The path to redemption requires us to confront our flaws and strive for something better. It is a call to examine ourselves, to seek honesty and integrity, and to commit to personal growth. The Grail offers a mirror, reflecting not only our desires but also our shortcomings, urging us to rise above them. In Celtic mythology, this theme of purity and redemption can be seen in the ancient initiation rituals that were central to the spiritual lives of the people. Young warriors and individuals seeking wisdom would often undergo trials that tested their resolve and commitment to their values. These rituals served as a rite of passage, marking a transition from one stage of life to another. The initiates faced challenges that required courage, sacrifice, and a deep sense of morality. Only those who emerged from these trials with a pure heart were deemed worthy of taking on greater responsibilities and roles within their communities. The Grail quest echoes these ancient traditions, connecting the spiritual journey of the knight with the path of initiation. In both cases, the focus is on the inner transformation that occurs when one confronts their fears and embraces their vulnerabilities. As the knights set forth in search of the Grail, they are not only seeking a legendary cup but also the purity that lies within themselves. This journey reflects the sacred struggle we all face in our lives, the desire to overcome our shortcomings and emerge as a better version of ourselves. The magical cauldrons and sacred wells are not just symbols of nourishment and healing, they also embody the idea of cycles, of life, death, and rebirth. Celtic mythology often emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things, where endings lead to new beginnings. The cauldron, with its bubbling depths, represents the womb of creation, where ideas are nurtured and birthed into the world. This cyclical nature is a reminder that every ending holds the seed of a new beginning, urging us to embrace change and trust in the journey. These folk traditions are woven with common motifs that speak to the heart of human experience. Mystical journeys often include encounters with supernatural beings or creatures that guide or challenge the hero. These beings represent the wisdom of the ancients, echoing the lessons of the past while offering insights for the present. In many stories, the hero's success is not solely due to their own strength, but also to the guidance and support of these otherworldly figures. This reflects the importance of community and connection in our lives, reminding us that we are never truly alone on our journeys. In addition to cauldrons and wells, the forests and hills of the Celtic landscape serve as backdrops for these tales, each holding its own secrets and magic. The woods are often portrayed as enchanted realms, filled with both danger and wonder. Characters wandering into these forests are transformed by their experiences, encountering beings who challenge their understanding of reality. These stories evoke a sense of awe and respect for nature, urging listeners to remember their roots and the wisdom that lies within the earth. The enduring themes of Celtic folklore resonate deeply with our modern struggles, speaking to the universal desire for connection, healing, and transformation. In a world that often feels fragmented, these tales remind us of the importance of grounding ourselves in our heritage and the teachings of those who came before us. They encourage us to seek the sacred in our everyday lives, to nurture our own inner cauldrons of creativity, and to drink deeply from the wells of wisdom that surround us. As the stories of the Grail continue to evolve, they remain anchored in the rich tapestry of Celtic folklore. The motifs of magical cauldrons, sacred wells, and mystical journeys weave together a narrative that transcends time, inviting us to reflect on our own quests for meaning and purpose. Each tale is a reminder that the sacred is not confined to legends or distant myths. It is alive in our hearts, waiting to be awakened. In embracing these traditions, we can find solace and inspiration, reconnecting with the depths of our own humanity. The Grail, in its many forms, becomes a beacon of hope, illuminating the path ahead and guiding us toward healing, transformation, and ultimately, a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. The rich, emotional landscape of Celtic folklore continues to inspire us, urging us to seek the magic in our lives and recognize the sacred threads that bind us all together. The allure of the Arthurian legend has cast a spell over countless hearts and minds throughout the centuries. From the sweeping tales of valor to the haunting quest for the Holy Grail, these stories evoke a timeless sense of adventure and longing. Today, they continue to resonate with people from all walks of life, bringing forth themes of bravery, love, and the quest for purpose. In a world increasingly marked by uncertainty, these narratives remind us of the enduring power of hope and redemption. The resurgence of Arthurian legend in modern literature and pop culture is nothing short of a cultural renaissance. New adaptations of these ancient tales find their way into books, films, and television series, captivating audiences with fresh interpretations while staying true to the essence of the original stories. This revival breathes new life into the characters of King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, and the valiant knights of the Round Table, reigniting the flame of adventure in a way that feels both familiar and exhilarating. At the heart of this resurgence is the Holy Grail, a symbol that has evolved yet remains deeply rooted in its Celtic origins. In ancient tales, the Grail was a cauldron of plenty, a vessel overflowing with life and wisdom. As it transitioned into the Christian narrative, it became a cup associated with divine grace, representing spiritual nourishment and enlightenment. In modern retellings, the Grail often embodies the same sense of sacredness and mystery, acting as a catalyst for personal transformation and growth. Movies like Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade and The Da Vinci Code showcase the Grail as a quest that blends adventure with spiritual significance. Each story taps into the human desire for discovery and understanding, urging characters and audiences alike to seek something greater than themselves. The search for the Grail becomes a metaphor for our own journeys through life, filled with challenges and the potential for profound change. Television series such as Merlin and Camelot introduce the next generation to Arthurian legends, presenting characters who struggle with their destinies and grapple with questions of loyalty, love, and sacrifice. These adaptations often highlight the complexities of human relationships and the difficult choices faced by the heroes. Through these stories, viewers are reminded that the quest for the Grail is not just about finding a physical object, it is about the inner journey of self-discovery and the courage to confront one's true self. In literature, contemporary authors draw on the rich tapestry of Celtic mythology and Arthurian legends to create narratives that resonate with modern readers. Books like The Mists of Avalon by Marion Zimmer Bradley reimagine the familiar stories from the perspective of women, offering new insights into the lives of legendary figures. This feminist retelling not only honors the past, but also sheds light on the struggles and triumphs of women throughout history, emphasizing their roles in shaping the legends we hold dear. The connections between the Grail and the Celtic tradition are evident in these modern narratives. The themes of transformation, healing, and connection to nature echo throughout the stories, reminding us that the search for the Grail is rooted in the very essence of human experience. The Grail, whether viewed as a cup or a cauldron, signifies a deeper understanding of life's mysteries and the eternal quest for knowledge and connection. Each challenge encountered on the quest serves as an opportunity for growth. When a knight faces temptation, betrayal, or fear, these moments become turning points, allowing them to reflect on their motivations and the purity of their intentions. The act of striving for the Grail becomes a catalyst for redemption, showing that it is never too late to seek forgiveness and change. This notion of redemption resonates powerfully, reminding us that no matter how far we stray from our true path, we can always choose to return. In many stories, the Grail is not simply found, it is earned. This notion of earning the right to possess something sacred reinforces the idea that purity and redemption are active processes rather than passive states. The Grail itself becomes a symbol of divine grace, available only to those who have proven their worthiness through their actions and choices. It invites the seeker to embark on a journey of self-discovery, challenging them to confront their flaws and strive for a higher purpose. The quest for the Grail can also be seen as a metaphor for life itself. Each of us carries burdens, doubts, and regrets. As we navigate our own paths, we encounter choices that test our integrity and commitment to our values. The Grail quest reminds us that even in our darkest moments, there is always the possibility of redemption. Just as the knights face trials, we too face our own challenges, and how we respond to them shapes our journey. In Celtic traditions, the concept of purity was deeply intertwined with nature and the sacredness of the land. The land itself was seen as alive, imbued with spiritual significance. In this context, The purity sought in the Grail quest also reflects a longing for harmony with nature and a deeper connection to the world around us. The knights, in their search for the Grail, are seeking not only personal redemption but also a restoration of balance within the universe. This quest echoes our own desire to find meaning and purpose in a world that often feels fragmented. As seekers draw closer to the Grail, they begin to understand that true purity comes from within. It is not about being flawless, but about striving for authenticity and integrity. The Grail encourages us to acknowledge our imperfections, to forgive ourselves, and to let go of the burdens we carry. This journey toward purity is not just about personal gain, it is a collective healing that allows us to connect with others on a deeper level. At its core, the Grail quest is a transformative journey that speaks to the very essence of who we are. It invites us to examine our hearts, to seek redemption, and to pursue a path of purity in our thoughts and actions. The challenges we face become opportunities for growth, reminding us that the journey itself is as important as the destination. In a world filled with distractions and noise, the quest for the Grail serves as a timeless reminder of our capacity for change, healing, and connection. As we reflect on the themes of purity and redemption woven throughout the Grail quest, we recognize that this narrative is not just about knights and legends. It is a story that lives within each of us. The quest for the Grail calls us to embrace our journeys, to seek healing for our wounds, and to strive for a higher purpose. It is an invitation to reclaim our authenticity and rediscover the beauty of redemption that lies at the heart of the human experience. Celtic folklore is rich with tales that whisper of magic, mystery, and the deep connection between the human experience and the natural world. Within these stories, themes echoing the Grail resonate powerfully, reminding us of the universal longing for something sacred and transformative. The legends speak of magical cauldrons that possess the power to nourish and heal, sacred wells that promise renewal, and mystical journeys that test the spirit and reward the brave. In these ancient tales, cauldrons hold a special place, symbolizing abundance, wisdom, and the cycle of life. These vessels are not merely tools, they are gateways to other worlds, offering sustenance for both body and soul. One of the most famous is the Cauldron of Plenty, often associated with the goddess Ceridwen, which could feed everyone who approached it. This cauldron represents a never-ending source of nourishment, a metaphor for the deep wells of knowledge and inspiration that lie within us all. It beckons the seeker to embark on a quest for wisdom, to dive into the depths of their own potential, and to discover the strength they hold. The themes of nourishment and healing found in these cauldrons are mirrored in the sacred wells of Celtic tradition. These wells are believed to be imbued with magical properties, offering healing waters that restore both physical health and spiritual balance. People would travel great distances to drink from these waters, often leaving offerings as a sign of respect and gratitude. Each sip was not just a quenching of thirst, but a connection to the divine, a reminder that the earth provides for us in profound ways. These wells symbolize the deep interconnection between humanity and the natural world, emphasizing the belief that our spiritual well-being is tied to the health of the land. The stories told around these wells and cauldrons often involve mystical journeys that lead to personal transformation. Characters embark on quests that push them beyond their comfort zones, leading them to confront their fears and desires. These journeys mirror the path of life, filled with challenges that require courage, wisdom, and determination. The struggle faced along the way is not only physical but deeply emotional, forcing the hero to confront their innermost thoughts and feelings. The transformation they undergo becomes a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the possibility of renewal. One notable tale is that of the Tale of the Two Pails, where a young hero must seek the water from a sacred well to heal his father. This journey is fraught with obstacles, testing his resolve and bravery. Each challenge faced is an opportunity for growth, pushing him to dig deep within himself to find the strength he didn't know he had. In the end, the water he brings back not only heals his father, but also transforms him into a leader, ready to face the world with newfound confidence and understanding. This narrative embodies the essence of the Grail quest, revealing that the journey is as vital as the goal itself. As these stories find their way into popular culture, they evoke a sense of nostalgia and wonder. The characters and quests resonate with audiences because they reflect our own struggles and aspirations. We are drawn to the ideals of courage and loyalty embodied by the Knights of the Round Table, longing for a sense of purpose and belonging in a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain. The Grail serves as a beacon of hope, urging us to seek out our own paths and to face the challenges ahead with courage and determination. Social media and fan communities further amplify the impact of Arthurian legends, allowing fans to connect, discuss, and share their interpretations of the stories. This sense of community fosters a deeper appreciation for the original myths and encourages creativity as new generations explore these timeless tales. The legends of King Arthur and the Grail continue to inspire artists, writers, and creators, sparking a wave of creativity that keeps the spirit of these ancient stories alive. Ultimately, the resurgence of Arthurian legend in modern narratives is a testament to the enduring power of myth. These stories transcend time and place, speaking to the shared human experience of seeking meaning and connection. As we engage with these tales, we are reminded of the values that bind us together: love, bravery, and the quest for something greater than ourselves. The Grail, in all its forms, stands as a symbol of hope and transformation, urging us to embrace our own journeys with open hearts and minds. With each new retelling, the Arthurian legend and the Grail continue to evolve, reflecting the hopes and dreams of the people who embrace them. This ongoing dialogue between the past and the present invites us to reflect on our own lives and the legacies we wish to leave behind. In a world that can often feel fragmented, these stories serve as a unifying force, connecting us to our history and to one another as we navigate the complexities of life, love, and the eternal quest for understanding. The Grail, like a guiding star, lights the way, encouraging us to forge our own paths and find the magic that lies within us all. In the misty hills of ancient Celtic lands, a profound sense of mystery surrounded sacred vessels, cauldrons, wells, and chalices. These were not mere objects; they were symbols of life, death, and rebirth, holding deep meaning for those who honored them in ritual and practice. The air was thick with the scent of earth and damp stone, and the faint sounds of water trickling echoed in the background as people gathered around these sacred vessels, connecting their lives to the magic that lay within. Cauldrons were often the heart of these rituals. Picture a large, iron cauldron, its surface glimmering in the flickering firelight. It was said that this cauldron could bring forth life, healing, and transformation. It was believed to possess the power to nourish not just the body, but the spirit. The act of stirring a cauldron filled with healing herbs and water was more than a simple task. It was a sacred dance, a communion with the earth and the divine. Celtic women, wise and revered, would gather around these cauldrons, chanting incantations passed down through generations. Their voices, a melodic blend of hope and reverence, filled the air with a sense of purpose. As they stirred, they invoked the goddess, calling upon her to bless the potion, to imbue it with the power of life. Each ingredient added was chosen with intention: herbs for strength, flowers for beauty, and roots for grounding. The cauldron became a portal to the divine, where the boundaries between the earthly and the sacred blurred, offering those present a chance to connect with something far greater than themselves. Wells, too, held a special place in Celtic rituals. These natural springs were considered gateways to the otherworld, places where the veil between life and death was thin. People traveled far and wide to seek the healing waters, believing that a simple sip could cure ailments of the body and spirit. They would kneel at the edge of these wells, their hearts heavy with hopes and wishes, whispering their desires into the water, trusting that the spirits would hear their pleas. The ritual of offering a small token, a coin, a flower, or a lock of hair, was common. This act of giving created a bond between the seeker and the sacred source, a promise that their request would be honored. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden light, the water would shimmer, reflecting the colors of the sky. There was something magical about those moments, as if the very essence of life flowed through the well. It was a reminder that even in darkness, there was hope, and in times of sorrow, there was healing. The water spoke to the souls of those who approached it, offering solace and renewal. Chalices, often seen as the embodiment of the Grail, emerged in Christian Celtic practices, merging ancient reverence with new beliefs. The chalice represented a sacred connection, a vessel that held the essence of life. It was no longer just a container for liquid, it was a symbol of divine grace and communion. During Mass, the priest would elevate the chalice, and the congregation would watch in awe, feeling the weight of history and faith in that single moment. It became a focal point of spiritual nourishment, reminding everyone present of the sacredness of life and the importance of community. The blending of Celtic and Christian traditions gave rise to a beautiful tapestry of beliefs. The ancient cauldrons and wells, once revered for their connection to the earth and the goddess, took on new meaning in the light of Christian faith. They became symbols of the transformative power of love and sacrifice. The Grail, once a cauldron of plenty, was now seen as the cup from which Jesus drank at the Last Supper, a vessel that held the blood of Christ, a potent reminder of redemption and grace. These sacred vessels continued to be central to rituals and celebrations. Festivals were held to honor the changing seasons, and during these gatherings, people would share stories, songs, and food, all while passing around the chalice filled with mead or wine. The act of sharing became a communal blessing, a way to connect with one another and with the divine. Laughter mingled with tears, and every toast was a prayer, a moment of unity in a world that could often feel fragmented. Even in modern times, the echoes of these ancient rituals resonate. While the specific practices may have changed, the reverence for sacred vessels remains. People continue to seek out wells, not just for healing, but for connection. Cauldrons are still seen as powerful symbols, often used in ceremonies to invoke blessings and celebrate life cycles. The act of gathering around a shared meal, breaking bread, and lifting a cup in gratitude embodies the essence of those ancient traditions. As we reflect on these practices, we feel a sense of warmth and connection, a recognition that we are part of something greater. The cauldrons, wells, and chalices serve as reminders that life is a cycle of giving and receiving, of healing and hope. They call us to honor our roots, to remember the sacredness in the mundane, and to recognize that every moment holds the potential for transformation. In the whispers of the wind and the ripples of the water, the spirit of the Celtic rituals continues to thrive, reminding us that even in our modern lives, we can find the sacred in our everyday practices. The cauldrons, wells, and chalices stand as symbols of connection to our ancestors and to the earth, urging us to listen to the stories they have to tell and to honor the sacredness that lies within us all. In the dim light of early morning, when the mist hangs low over the rolling hills of ancient Celtic lands, the whispers of sacred stories begin to stir. Here, amid the lush greenery and stone structures, the Celtic church arose, carrying with it the weight of tradition and the promise of new beginnings. This was a time of transformation, a time when old myths entwined with new faiths, giving birth to a tapestry rich with meaning and resonance. As the Celtic church took root, it did not simply push aside the old beliefs, but rather embraced and adapted them. The Grail, once a vessel of plenty and the cauldron of rebirth, became intertwined with the teachings of Christ. The stories of the Grail were not forgotten, they were woven into the fabric of Christian lore, allowing the past to coexist with the present. The Church recognized the power of these ancient myths, understanding that they held deep significance for the people. The Grail transformed in the hands of the Celtic Church. No longer was it merely a symbol of abundance or nourishment, it became a representation of divine grace and eternal life. The cup from which Christ drank at the Last Supper, the vessel that held the blood of the Savior, echoed the sacredness of the ancient cauldrons. The Church's teachings aligned the Grail with redemption, presenting it as a holy relic that could offer spiritual nourishment to those who sought it. In the quiet of stone chapels and under the shadows of great oak trees, stories began to circulate. The Celtic Church saw the value in the legends that spoke of quests and trials. They told tales of knights and their journeys to find the Grail, emphasizing themes of courage, purity, and sacrifice. These stories resonated deeply with the people, creating a bridge between the old ways and the new faith. The Church recognized that the Grail's essence lay in its ability to heal and restore. Just as the cauldron of the goddess could bring life, the Grail could grant forgiveness and grace. It was said that those who were worthy could experience the profound healing that came from the Grail, not just of the body but of the spirit. In this way, the Celtic Church infused the Grail with a purpose that aligned with Christian beliefs, reinforcing the idea that everyone could seek redemption and find solace in divine love. As the Celtic Church spread across regions, so too did the stories of the Grail. Monasteries became centers of learning and storytelling, where monks would gather to transcribe and share these myths. They pored over ancient texts, preserving the tales of old while crafting new interpretations that aligned with Christian ideals. The tales were told around flickering fires, echoing through the valleys and reaching the ears of those eager for connection to the sacred. The influence of the Celtic Church allowed the Grail to transcend cultural boundaries. The legends began to travel, finding a place in the hearts of many. People from different walks of life were drawn to the stories of knights embarking on quests, of seekers yearning for a taste of the divine. The tales transformed, yet they retained the core essence of longing and searching, a universal human experience. As pilgrims journeyed to sacred sites, they carried with them the stories of the Grail. They visited wells, cauldrons, and sacred groves, seeking the divine in every corner of the land. Each step was taken with reverence, a reminder of the interconnectedness of the past and present. The Celtic Church encouraged this exploration, inviting the faithful to seek out the Grail in their own lives, to look for moments of grace and healing amid their struggles. The adaptation of Grail lore did not happen in isolation. It was a communal effort, a blending of old and new that sparked creativity and devotion. Artists began to illustrate these stories, capturing the vibrant imagery of knights, battles, and divine encounters. The echoes of Celtic spirituality infused the art, creating works that reflected both the mystical and the sacred. These images found their way into churches, where they adorned the walls, reminding worshippers of the eternal quest for the Grail. In this way, the Celtic Church became a vessel of transformation, allowing the Grail to flourish in a new light. It became more than a story, it became a journey that echoed the struggles and triumphs of humanity. People began to see the Grail not just as an object to be sought, but as a symbol of hope, a reminder that redemption is always within reach. The stories of the Grail traveled far and wide, finding their place in the hearts of people across the land. Each retelling, each whisper of the legend, carried with it the spirit of the Celtic Church's vision, an invitation to seek, to believe, and to embrace the sacred in everyday life. As the sun set on the hills, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the stories lingered in the air, wrapping around the souls of those who listened, reminding them that they, too, were part of the grand narrative of love, faith, and the quest for the divine. The Grail became a mirror reflecting the deepest desires of the human heart, the desire for connection, healing, and understanding. It was a symbol of the ongoing journey, the promise that, through faith and perseverance, one could touch the sacred and find their way home. The Celtic Church, with its open arms and loving embrace, ensured that the Grail would forever remain a beacon of hope, guiding seekers through the ages, inspiring them to believe in the possibility of miracles and the power of grace. In the heart of medieval Europe, as twilight settled on cobblestone streets and candlelight flickered in humble abodes, a profound longing stirred within the souls of the people. It was a yearning for the divine, a quest for connection with something greater than themselves. The Holy Grail emerged as a powerful symbol during this time, representing not just a physical vessel but a mystical journey into the depths of faith and spirituality. The legend of the Grail resonated deeply with the tenets of medieval Celtic Christian mysticism. This mystical tradition celebrated the idea that through contemplation and inner reflection, one could experience the presence of the divine. The Grail became intertwined with these beliefs, embodying the ultimate goal of the spiritual journey, a sacred communion with God. Those who sought the Grail were not just searching for an object, they were yearning for a transformative experience that could heal their spirits and renew their souls. In this rich tapestry of faith, the Grail symbolized purity and enlightenment. Medieval mystics often spoke of the Grail as a vessel that could hold the divine essence of God's love. It was said that those pure of heart would find the Grail and experience the blessings it bestowed. This purity was not simply about moral behavior, but rather an inner state of being, an openness to receive divine grace. The Grail thus became a mirror reflecting the soul's deepest desires and aspirations, urging seekers to cultivate their hearts with compassion and kindness. Throughout the stories and teachings of the time, the Grail's association with healing took center stage. The legends portrayed it as a source of nourishment, quenching the thirst of those who approached it with sincerity and reverence. The imagery of the Grail, overflowing with life-giving sustenance, became a beacon of hope for many who felt lost in the struggles of existence. In a world often marked by suffering and uncertainty, the Grail offered a glimpse of divine abundance, a promise that, through faith, healing could be found. Medieval mysticism also emphasized the journey towards self-discovery. Just as the knights of Arthurian legend embarked on perilous quests to find the Grail, individuals were called to confront their own fears and doubts. This inner journey mirrored the external quest, highlighting the interconnectedness of the two. The Grail served as a guiding light, encouraging individuals to explore the depths of their hearts and souls. It invited them to seek not only external validation but also the inner peace that comes from knowing oneself. In the rich landscape of European spirituality, the impact of these mystical interpretations of the Grail was profound. The tale spread far and wide, inspiring countless souls to embark on their own quests for meaning and connection. Communities gathered to share stories of the Grail, fostering a collective sense of hope and aspiration. The desire to find the Grail became synonymous with the desire to seek truth, to uncover the mysteries of existence, and to experience divine love. As these stories wove through the fabric of medieval life, the Grail inspired artists and poets, igniting their imaginations. Illuminated manuscripts depicted the sacred vessel surrounded by angels and saints, glowing with an otherworldly light. Each stroke of the brush and pen carried the essence of devotion, capturing the longing for the divine. These works of art became more than mere representations. They served as windows into the mystical journey, inviting all who beheld them to reflect on their own spiritual paths. Moreover, the Grail became a catalyst for change in the hearts of many. People began to realize that the quest for the Grail was not confined to the pages of stories, but was a living, breathing reality within their own lives. It urged them to strive for personal growth, to seek out acts of kindness, and to cultivate a sense of community. The Grail inspired individuals to act with love and compassion, fostering a sense of unity among the people as they shared in the common pursuit of goodness. The themes of sacrifice and redemption were also woven into the narrative of the Grail, resonating with the struggles of human existence. As individuals confronted their own wounds and fears, they found solace in the stories of knights and seekers who faced trials on their journeys. Each challenge echoed their own, reminding them that transformation often arose from hardship. The Grail symbolized the potential for healing, both personally and collectively, serving as a reminder that through pain could come growth and renewal. In this intricate dance of faith and mysticism, the Holy Grail shone as a radiant beacon of hope, a testament to the power of belief in the extraordinary. It connected people across time and space, uniting them in their shared longing for divine love and connection. The legends became part of the spiritual landscape, inviting individuals to participate in the grand narrative of life, a narrative that encompassed joy, sorrow, and the eternal quest for meaning. As the stars twinkled above medieval towns and cities, the Grail legend continued to evolve, weaving its way into the hearts of those who dared to dream. The stories of old inspired generations, sparking a spiritual awakening that transcended the boundaries of faith and culture. The Grail became more than a mere object. It became a symbol of the sacred journey that lies within each of us, a reminder that the quest for love, healing, and truth is a path worth walking. In the end, the connection between the Grail and medieval Celtic Christian mysticism fostered a profound impact on European spirituality, igniting a flame of hope that still flickers today. The stories remind us that we are all on a quest, a journey through life filled with trials, triumphs, and moments of divine grace. The Holy Grail, with its promise of healing and nourishment, beckons us to seek it within ourselves and to embrace the sacredness that resides in every corner of our hearts. In the dimly lit halls of history, whispers echo about the Knights Templar, a brotherhood of warrior monks shrouded in mystery and legend. Their exploits were heroic, their dedication fierce, yet beneath the surface of their well-known crusades lay an intriguing connection to the sacred and the mystical. This connection entwines with the legend of the Grail and its ancient Celtic roots, creating a tapestry of lore that stirs the imagination and pulls at the heartstrings. What secrets did the Templars guard? What treasures did they seek in the misty lands of the Celts? The Grail, often depicted as a sacred vessel imbued with divine qualities, was more than just an object of desire. It was a symbol of a greater spiritual truth. The stories of the Grail intermingled with Celtic mythology, where it was seen not only as a cup, but also as a cauldron, a source of life and healing. Within the Celtic tradition, cauldrons were believed to possess magical properties, capable of providing endless nourishment and wisdom. These ancient beliefs resonated deeply with the Templars, who sought to connect with the divine in every aspect of their lives. As the Knights Templar ventured into Celtic lands, their encounters with local traditions might have stirred a powerful synergy between their beliefs and those of the Celts. Both groups shared a reverence for sacred objects and mystical rituals, creating a fertile ground for the blending of ideas. It's not hard to imagine the Templars sitting around a flickering fire, listening to the tales of ancient druids and their magical vessels, envisioning a world where the Grail could be both a cup of Christ and a cauldron of Celtic myth. This intertwining of beliefs sparked theories about hidden Grail treasures lying within the lush landscapes of Celtic lands. Some suggest that the Templars discovered remnants of ancient Celtic knowledge that led them to sacred sites where the Grail was believed to be hidden. Legends say these treasures were not merely physical objects, but embodied spiritual truths that could unlock the path to divine wisdom. The Grail was seen as a conduit, connecting the earthly to the heavenly, the physical to the spiritual. With each theory, the excitement of discovery grew. The allure of lost treasures hidden in misty glens or beneath ancient stones captured the imagination of many. Could it be that the Templars, in their quest for the Grail, were also searching for a deeper understanding of life, a way to heal their own wounds and those of the world around them? The possibility sent shivers down the spine, a tantalizing notion that these noble warriors were more than just soldiers. They were seekers of truth, longing for a connection that transcended time. Celtic lands were steeped in rich history and myth, woven with tales of gods, heroes, and sacred quests. The Templars' engagement with these stories provided a backdrop for their own spiritual journey. The legends of Celtic heroes seeking the cauldron of plenty echoed in the hearts of the Templars, resonating with their own quests for the Grail. The cauldron, known to grant wisdom and nourishment, became a metaphor for the spiritual sustenance they sought. This symbolic connection heightened their reverence for the Grail, transforming it into a multifaceted emblem of faith, healing, and enlightenment. Imagine the Templars traversing the rugged hills of ancient Celtic lands, guided by stars twinkling like distant hopes in the night sky. Each valley they crossed whispered stories of the past, each stream sang songs of longing and devotion. The land itself seemed alive with the spirits of those who came before, urging the Templars forward on their quest. As they sought the Grail, they were not just warriors of the cross, but pilgrims on a sacred journey, yearning for something beyond the battles they fought. The notion of hidden treasures deepened the mysteries surrounding the Grail. Tales circulated of the Templars safeguarding secret locations where the sacred vessel might be concealed. Some claimed they carried the Grail to distant lands, seeking to protect it from those who would misuse its power. The idea that the Grail could be hidden in a Celtic landscape, surrounded by ancient stones and guarded by the spirits of the past, sparked dreams of adventure and discovery. This connection to Celtic tradition gave the Grail a life of its own, transforming it from a simple relic to a powerful symbol of unity between cultures. The stories of the Grail and the Templars came to represent a convergence of faith, hope, and healing, showing how deeply intertwined humanity's quest for meaning can be. The Templars, in their pursuit of the Grail, became part of a grand narrative, a testament to the universal search for truth and the enduring power of belief. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the legends of the Grail and the Templars continued to dance in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The ancient ties between Celtic tradition and the Templars invite us to reflect on our own quests for meaning. Are we not all seeking our own Grails, longing for connection, healing, and wisdom in a world often shrouded in darkness? Every whisper of the wind through the trees, every echo of the past reverberates with the essence of the Grail, beckoning us to look beyond the surface and search for the hidden treasures of our own lives. The Knights Templar and their quest for the Grail remind us that the journey is not just about the destination, it is about the discoveries we make along the way, the connections we forge, and the stories we carry in our hearts. The intertwining of Celtic lore and the Templars reveals a shared human experience, one that transcends time and space, uniting us all in our search for the sacred and the profound. In the heart of medieval Celtic lands, devotion burned like a flame in the souls of many. People from all walks of life embarked on pilgrimages, their hearts filled with hope and yearning, seeking something beyond the ordinary, a connection to the divine, a whisper of truth, and perhaps even the legendary Grail. These journeys were more than mere travels, they were sacred quests, echoing the footsteps of ancient heroes who sought meaning in every corner of the world. Every pilgrimage was a step toward healing. The relics they sought, fragments of saints, bits of holy texts, or even sacred vessels, were believed to carry the power of the divine. These items became touchstones of faith, symbols of something greater than themselves. As people knelt before these relics, their hearts heavy with burdens, they hoped for a miracle, a sign that they were seen, heard, and understood. The air was thick with emotion, and the atmosphere shimmered with the possibility of change. Among these relics, the Grail held a special place in the hearts of many. The tales told of its magical qualities stirred the imagination and inspired countless journeys. To hold the Grail was to hold the essence of life itself, a vessel of divine grace, capable of healing both body and spirit. It became the focal point of devotion, a beacon guiding the faithful through the fog of uncertainty and despair. Sites associated with the Grail dotted the landscape like stars in the night sky. Each location carried its own stories, steeped in history and legend, inviting pilgrims to step into the mystical world of the past. Imagine a green hill, lush with grass, where the air hummed with ancient tales. At the summit stood a small chapel, worn by time yet radiating warmth and light. This sacred space, believed to house a fragment of the Grail, became a destination for those longing to connect with the divine. As pilgrims gathered at these sites, they brought their hopes and dreams, their fears and sorrows. They exchanged stories, laughter, and tears, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences. In this sacred community, individuals found solace. Together, they sought understanding and healing. They prayed for lost loved ones, for personal struggles, and for a deeper connection to their faith. The bond they formed during these journeys became a lifeline, offering strength and comfort in their darkest moments. Among the many tales, one site stood out, a mystical well, surrounded by ancient oaks and the gentle sound of flowing water. The locals believed this well was blessed by a Celtic goddess, a source of healing for all who drank from its waters. The stories of miracles and transformations whispered through the trees, inviting weary travelers to come and taste the sacred water. Many pilgrims arrived with ailments of the body and soul, their eyes filled with desperation. After a sip from the well, some claimed to feel a warmth spread through their bodies, as if the divine hand of the goddess had touched them. They left, transformed by their experiences, filled with newfound hope and faith. The well became a sacred touchpoint, a reminder that healing is possible and that the divine is ever present in the world. These experiences were not just personal, they became part of the larger narrative of the Grail. As stories spread of the miracles that occurred at these pilgrimage sites, they enriched the lore of the Grail, adding layers of meaning and depth. The Grail transformed from a mere object into a symbol of community, faith, and shared hope, embodying the essence of human longing for connection. The relics and sites associated with the Grail served as spiritual gateways, inviting pilgrims to cross the threshold into a world where the sacred and the mundane intertwined. Each step taken toward these holy places was a step toward rediscovering the divine within oneself. With every prayer whispered and every tear shed, pilgrims reaffirmed their belief in something greater, and their stories became threads in the fabric of the Grail legend. This tapestry of devotion was not without its challenges. The paths to these sacred sites were often fraught with danger and uncertainty. The weather could turn hostile, the terrain could become treacherous, and doubts could seep into the hearts of the most faithful. Yet, driven by hope and a desire for transformation, they pressed on. With each step, they faced their fears, confronted their weaknesses, and discovered the resilience of the human spirit. Many returned from their pilgrimages changed forever. The Grail became more than a distant legend, it embodied their struggles and triumphs. They carried the spirit of their journeys with them, sharing their stories and spreading the message of hope and healing. In this way, the Grail's influence reached beyond the confines of its physical form, weaving itself into the very essence of their lives. As the years passed, the lore surrounding the Grail evolved. New stories emerged, intertwining with the ancient ones, expanding the rich tapestry of its meaning. Pilgrimage sites flourished, becoming sacred grounds where devotion and community thrived. The echoes of past journeys filled the air, reminding everyone that they are part of something larger, a legacy of faith and resilience that transcends time. The Grail, through its association with relics and pilgrimage, revealed the heart of human experience, a longing for connection, a desire for healing, and the pursuit of truth. It became a symbol of hope, inviting each seeker to step into the unknown, to embrace the journey, and to believe in the power of the divine. In those quiet moments of reflection, beneath the ancient trees or beside the flowing wells, the faithful found peace. Their hearts whispered gratitude, and their spirits soared with the knowledge that they were never alone. The Grail, in all its mystery, continued to inspire and uplift, reminding all who sought it that the journey itself was as sacred as the destination. In the misty hills of ancient Ireland, tales of magic and wonder flow like the rivers that weave through the landscape. Among these stories, unique Grail-like myths shimmer like jewels, each one a testament to the deep-rooted connection between the land, its people, and the divine. These myths speak of sacred objects that hold immense power and significance, transcending time and space, inviting those who hear them to believe in the extraordinary. At the heart of these tales are the cauldrons of Celtic gods, particularly the famous Dagda and Gwydion. The Dagda, known as the good god, was a figure of strength and benevolence. His cauldron, the cauldron of plenty, possessed the ability to provide endless nourishment. It was said that no one would ever leave the Dagda's feast hungry. Each meal served from this enchanted cauldron brought comfort and joy, filling the hearts of those gathered around it with warmth and laughter. The cauldron became a symbol of abundance and generosity, embodying the spirit of community that thrived among the Celtic people. Picture a gathering of friends and family around a great fire, the air thick with the scent of roasting meat and freshly baked bread. Laughter dances like flames, and stories weave through the night, binding everyone together. In the center of it all sits the Dagda's cauldron, radiating a soft glow, promising nourishment for all. As people gather, sharing their hopes and dreams, the cauldron offers more than just food. It provides a sense of belonging, a reminder that in this world, no one has to face their struggles alone. This sacred vessel nurtures not only the body but the spirit, filling every heart with love and connection. Then there's Gwydion, the god of smiths and craftsmanship. His cauldron is equally magnificent, often referred to as the cauldron of the forge. This cauldron has the power to create the finest weapons, each imbued with strength and magic. Imagine the sound of metal clanging against metal, the sparks flying like stars in the night sky, and the heat of the forge warming the hearts of all who work there. The cauldron symbolizes creativity and mastery, reflecting the dedication of the craftsmen who poured their hearts into their work. The stories of these cauldrons hold a deeper meaning, echoing the universal themes of life, death, and rebirth. The cauldron of the Dagda represents the nourishing cycle of life, a promise that sustenance will always be provided, while Gwydion's cauldron embodies the power of transformation. In a world filled with uncertainty, these tales remind people that there is always hope, always a chance for renewal and growth. In Irish mythology, the cauldrons serve as portals to a realm of magic. They are vessels not only for food and weapons, but for dreams and aspirations. Each time someone gazes into the depths of a cauldron, they catch a glimpse of their potential, their fears, and their desires. The cauldron invites them to reflect on their lives, to embrace the journey ahead, and to trust in the process of becoming. In the stories, characters often embark on quests, seeking these cauldrons as a way to attain wisdom, strength, and abundance. These journeys are fraught with challenges that test their courage and resolve. Yet, with every obstacle faced, they discover something profound within themselves. They learn that true strength comes not only from physical might, but from the heart, the ability to love, to forgive, and to persevere. One such tale is that of the sons of Tuireann, who sought vengeance for their father's death. Their quest leads them through trials that demand everything from them, testing their loyalty and resolve. Each challenge they face reflects the internal struggles of anger, sorrow, and the longing for justice. As they navigate these hardships, they encounter the cauldrons of the gods, and it is through their experiences that they find healing and redemption. These myths are interwoven with themes of family, friendship, and community. They highlight the importance of coming together, supporting one another, and sharing in both the joys and burdens of life. The cauldrons symbolize the sacred bond that unites people, reminding them that, much like the ingredients in a stew, each individual contributes something unique to the whole. In the quiet of night, as the stars twinkle above, the stories continue to live on, passed down from generation to generation. Families gather by the fire, recounting the legends of the Dagda and Gwydion, their voices blending with the whispers of the wind. The cauldrons become a symbol of hope and resilience, encouraging listeners to embrace their own journeys and the magic that lies within. These tales also evoke a sense of wonder, inviting individuals to reflect on their own lives. Just like the cauldrons, each person holds a unique story filled with challenges and triumphs. The cauldron becomes a metaphor for the human experience, a vessel that can hold joy, sorrow, love, and loss. It reminds everyone that life is not merely a series of events, but a rich tapestry woven together by the threads of emotion and connection. As the stories echo through the ages, the Grail-like myths of Irish mythology continue to inspire, urging people to seek their own cauldrons of abundance and transformation. They invite the dreamers, the wanderers, and the seekers to believe in the possibility of miracles and to embrace the power of their own stories. In these tales, every cauldron tells a story, every meal shared becomes a memory, and every heart can find solace in the warmth of community. Through the lens of Irish mythology, the Grail transcends its physical form, evolving into something more profound, an enduring symbol of hope, love, and the boundless possibilities that await those brave enough to seek them. The magic of the cauldron lives on, reminding everyone that in the dance of life, there is always room for healing, growth, and transformation. In the heart of Wales, where the mountains kiss the sky and the rivers sing ancient songs, lies a treasure trove of stories that speak of adventure, mysticism, and the search for something truly sacred. Among these tales is the legend of the Grail, a symbol that transcends time and culture, embodying the deepest human yearnings. Here, the Grail is not merely a vessel but a powerful emblem of hope, healing, and connection, echoing through the ages with a call that resonates in the hearts of all who hear it. One of the most significant figures in Welsh Grail legends is Peredur, a young knight whose story captures the essence of the quest for the Grail. Peredur's journey begins in a world filled with wonder and danger, where he must navigate the complexities of bravery, honor, and personal growth. Raised in isolation, he first learns of the wider world from a group of knights. Inspired by their valor and the stories of their adventures, Peredur sets out on his quest, determined to carve out his own path. His quest is marked by trials that test not just his swordsmanship but also his heart. Along the way, he encounters mystical beings, battles fearsome foes, and faces his inner demons. Each challenge he faces becomes a lesson, helping him grow into the knight he is destined to become. The heart of his journey revolves around his search for the Grail, which represents not only a physical object but also a deeper truth, a connection to something greater than himself. As he seeks the Grail, Peredur meets various characters who shape his understanding of courage and compassion. He learns that being a knight is not merely about strength, but about protecting those who cannot protect themselves, about standing up for what is right even when it is difficult. Each encounter deepens his resolve and adds layers to his character. He learns about loss and love, friendship and betrayal, all of which are essential to his transformation. In one memorable episode, Peredur comes across a mysterious castle shrouded in enchantment. Here, he witnesses a haunting procession that includes a wounded knight, a maiden, and a mysterious Grail. The scene captivates him. The Grail radiates a light that fills the hall with warmth and hope. It is said that this vessel has the power to heal and bring life, a representation of ultimate truth and fulfillment. This vision stays with him, urging him to press on in his quest. This mystical experience serves as a turning point for Peredur. It is not simply about finding the Grail, but understanding its significance. The Grail embodies the dreams and aspirations of all who seek it. It symbolizes the quest for knowledge, the desire for redemption, and the deep yearning for connection with the divine. Pereda's journey reflects the universal quest for meaning in a world that often seems chaotic and indifferent. Woven into these tales is the Mabinogion, a collection of Welsh stories that play a vital role in shaping Grail legends. These narratives are steeped in mysticism, rich with symbols and motifs that echo through the stories of Pereda and other characters. The Mabinogion introduces themes of transformation, the interconnectedness of all beings, and the search for identity. It invites readers to witness the trials and tribulations faced by its heroes, making them relatable and human. The Mabinogion emphasizes the idea that each character must confront their own flaws and challenges to achieve their goals. Just as Pereda must confront his fears, so too must others in these stories. Each character's journey is a mirror that reflects the struggles faced by people in their own lives. The legends remind us that the path to enlightenment is often fraught with obstacles, but it is through these trials that we find our true selves. As Pereda navigates his world, he is also guided by the wisdom of ancient Celtic traditions that celebrate nature and the divine. The Welsh landscape plays a crucial role in his journey, with mountains, rivers, and forests offering both sanctuary and challenge. The connection to nature emphasizes the belief that every element of the earth is sacred and worthy of reverence. It reflects the understanding that the quest for the Grail is as much about the journey through life as it is about the destination. The stories from the Mabinogion also highlight the significance of kinship and community. Pereda's journey is not a solitary one. He is surrounded by friends and mentors who support him and share in his struggles. The bonds of friendship and family are central to his success, reminding everyone that we are not alone in our quests. The love and support of those around us can provide the strength needed to overcome even the most daunting challenges. As Pereda's journey unfolds, the importance of forgiveness emerges as a recurring theme. He learns that the Grail is not just about achieving personal glory, but also about healing the wounds of the past. It is through acts of kindness and understanding that he finds true strength. Each encounter teaches him that redemption is possible, and that healing begins when one chooses to let go of anger and resentment. This message resonates deeply with anyone who has ever faced hardship or betrayal, offering hope that change is always within reach. The Grail, as depicted in Welsh legends, represents a bridge between the mundane and the mystical. It invites individuals to look beyond the surface of their lives and to seek deeper truths. The journey of Pereda serves as a reminder that the quest for understanding and connection is ongoing. In every heart lies a yearning for the extraordinary, a desire to find the light that guides us through darkness. In this way, the Welsh Grail legends and the narratives within the Mabinogion intertwine, creating a rich tapestry of meaning and emotion. They speak to the heart of what it means to be human, encouraging everyone to embrace their own journeys and seek their own grails. These stories are not merely tales of knights and quests, they are reflections of our shared dreams and struggles. They remind us that we, too, are on a quest for understanding, love, and connection, and that through every trial faced, we can emerge stronger and more compassionate. As the sun sets over the rolling hills of Wales, the tales of Pereda and the Grail echo in the twilight, inviting new generations to listen, to learn, and to dream. These stories endure because they resonate with our deepest truths, reminding us that within each of us lies the potential for greatness, healing, and the discovery of our own sacred path. In the misty highlands of Scotland, where the mountains rise like ancient sentinels and the lochs reflect the sky's ever-changing moods, tales of heroism, magic, and the search for the sacred resonate through the ages. Among these stories are the Grail myths, rich with emotion and steeped in Celtic roots, revealing a world where the pursuit of something greater than oneself drives heroes to their limits. These legends weave together the threads of fate, destiny, and the unbreakable bond between man and nature. Scottish Grail myths share a connection with ancient Celtic traditions, painting a vivid picture of a land where magic and reality intertwine. In this world, the Grail is not simply a physical object, it is a symbol of hope, healing, and the eternal search for truth. These stories feature powerful heroes who embark on epic quests, each faced with challenges that test their courage, loyalty, and inner strength. One of the most captivating figures in Scottish Grail lore is Sir Gawain, a knight whose journey embodies the essence of the Grail quest. Gawain is often portrayed as a paragon of virtue, yet his path is not without its shadows. He is called upon to seek the Holy Grail, which represents not just an artifact, but the ultimate truth that transcends mortal understanding. As he sets out on his quest, the weight of expectations hangs heavy on his shoulders, reminding him of the importance of honor and sacrifice. Gawain's journey takes him through landscapes filled with both beauty and danger. He encounters enchanted forests, where whispers of ancient spirits guide him, and treacherous mountains that challenge his resolve. Each step forward brings him closer to his goal, but it also forces him to confront his own vulnerabilities. In moments of doubt and fear, he learns that true strength comes from within and that the love and support of his companions can light the darkest paths. Alongside Gawain are other Celtic heroes who play pivotal roles in these legends. Fergus, a noble warrior with a fierce spirit, joins Gawain in his quest. Fergus embodies the spirit of loyalty and friendship, offering unwavering support when Gawain falters. Together, they navigate the challenges presented by mystical beings and ancient curses, illustrating the importance of camaraderie in the pursuit of the Grail. Their bond reminds us that no hero stands alone, and it is through the strength of their relationships that they find the courage to face their trials. Scottish legends also introduce the character of Cuchulainn, a young warrior whose bravery and skill are matched only by his fierce loyalty to his people. His stories are steeped in themes of sacrifice and honor, capturing the essence of what it means to be a hero. Cuchulainn's exploits resonate with the same yearning for a deeper truth found in the Grail myths. His battles against formidable foes are not merely physical confrontations, they reflect the internal struggles that define him. He faces the consequences of his choices and learns that true heroism lies not just in strength, but in wisdom and humility. As these heroes navigate their paths, they are often confronted by mystical beings who challenge their understanding of reality. In the tales, the otherworld emerges as a place of wonder and mystery, where the boundaries between life and death blur. Here, the Grail takes on new meanings, symbolizing not only material wealth, but also spiritual enlightenment. The heroes learn that the journey toward the Grail is also a journey within themselves, a quest for understanding and acceptance of their true natures. The connection between Scottish Grail myths and Celtic roots runs deep. The ancient Celts held a profound reverence for nature and the mystical, believing that every element of the earth was imbued with spirit and significance. This belief shines through in the Grail legends, where landscapes come alive with magic and ancient wisdom. The mountains, rivers, and forests are not mere backdrops, they are active participants in the heroes' journeys, offering guidance, protection, and sometimes even trials. The cauldrons of plenty, revered in Celtic tradition, mirror the essence of the Grail. These mythical vessels are said to contain an abundance of food, knowledge, and healing powers. They symbolize the interconnectedness of life, highlighting the importance of community and sharing. In Scottish myths, the cauldron serves as a reminder that true wealth is not found in material possessions, but in the bonds we create and the love we share. As the heroes venture forth, they encounter the wells of healing, sacred places where water is believed to possess miraculous properties. These wells serve as symbols of renewal and rebirth, offering a chance for redemption and transformation. Just as the Grail is a vessel of healing, the wells remind the heroes that it is through facing their wounds, both physical and emotional, that they can truly grow. The journey toward the Grail becomes intertwined with the journey toward self-discovery and healing, resonating deeply with anyone who has ever faced hardship. In Scottish Grail myths, the act of seeking becomes a rite of passage. Each hero's quest is not merely about reaching a destination, but about the growth they experience along the way. The struggles they face and the lessons they learn shape them into individuals worthy of the Grail. The pursuit becomes a mirror reflecting their own fears and desires, urging them to confront what lies within. The stories resonate on a personal level, inviting each listener to reflect on their own journey. They echo the challenges faced in everyday life, reminding us that we all seek our own Grails. Whether it's the search for love, understanding, or purpose, the essence of the quest remains universal. As night falls over the Scottish hills, the stories of Gawain, Fergus, and Cuchulainn linger in the air like a haunting melody. Their journeys remind us that the Grail is not a destination but a way of life. It is about striving for something greater, embracing the journey, and nurturing the connections that sustain us. In the heart of every hero lies the spark of courage, and in every quest lies the promise of transformation. The legends live on, urging us to seek our own truths and find the sacred within ourselves. In the heart of Brittany and Cornwall, tales of chivalry, love, and the mystical intertwine to form a rich tapestry of legends surrounding the Grail. These stories echo through the rolling hills and along the rugged coastlines, carrying with them the whispers of ancient heroes and the quest for something truly extraordinary. In these lands, the quest for the Grail becomes more than a mere search for an object. It transforms into a profound journey of self-discovery and purpose that resonates deeply with the human spirit. Breton and Cornish legends breathe life into the idea of the Grail, weaving it seamlessly into the fabric of local mythology. The Grail takes on many forms in these tales, representing not just a chalice, but also a symbol of hope, redemption, and the eternal quest for knowledge. Here, the Grail is often depicted as a vessel filled with the blood of Christ or an elixir of life, bestowing blessings upon those deemed worthy. This sense of divine favor makes the Grail both an object of desire and a source of immense responsibility. One of the most notable figures in Breton legend is King Arthur, whose stories resonate with the echoes of heroism and sacrifice. In these narratives, Arthur's knights embark on epic quests, each seeking the Grail not only to attain its miraculous powers, but to fulfill their destiny as warriors of light. The most famous of these knights, Sir Perceval, stands out as a beacon of hope and purity. His innocence and unwavering determination make him a quintessential hero, one who embodies the very essence of the Grail quest. Perceval's journey is not just a physical one but an emotional odyssey. Raised in the wild, he initially knows nothing of knights or their noble quests. Yet, when he encounters a group of knights, a fire ignites within him. He yearns to understand their world, to become one of them. This moment of awakening is deeply moving, highlighting the power of dreams and aspirations. The longing in Perceval's heart reflects our own desires to find purpose and belonging. As Perceval sets forth on his quest for the Grail, he faces numerous challenges that test his courage and resolve. He encounters mystical creatures and formidable foes, each representing the fears and doubts that reside within. Each trial pushes him closer to his goal, but also brings him face to face with his own shortcomings. In one poignant moment, he fails to ask the right questions when he first sees the Grail. This moment of misstep signifies how easily we can overlook our greatest opportunities in life. The legends of Cornwall share a similar sentiment, with tales of Tristan and Isolde resonating through the ages. Their love story, marked by passion and tragedy, intertwines with the Grail quest. Tristan, a knight of great valor, finds himself drawn to the quest for the Grail as a means to prove his worthiness to win Isolde's heart. His pursuit reflects the struggle many of us face, the desire to be recognized and loved, often leading us down paths fraught with peril. The beauty of these legends lies in their exploration of human emotion. Tristan's journey is one filled with heartache, where the Grail serves not only as an object of desire, but as a mirror reflecting his inner turmoil. He longs for the Grail, but his love for Isolde complicates his quest. This struggle encapsulates the complexity of human relationships, reminding us that our deepest desires can sometimes lead us into conflict. In both Breton and Cornish traditions, the Grail is often associated with sacred sites and locations that hold spiritual significance. These places, such as Glastonbury, become pilgrimage destinations for those seeking the Grail's blessings. Glastonbury, with its lush landscapes and storied history, is believed to be the resting place of King Arthur and the site of the original Grail. The allure of these sacred spaces draws seekers from near and far, uniting them in their shared quest for meaning. As the legends spread across borders, they also adapt and transform, reflecting the unique cultural elements of each region. In Brittany, the stories take on a distinctly magical quality, often incorporating elements of folklore and enchantment. Merlin, the legendary wizard, plays a pivotal role in guiding the heroes, imparting wisdom and foresight that proves invaluable. His presence underscores the connection between the mortal realm and the mystical, emphasizing the importance of seeking guidance from higher powers on the path to self-discovery. Cornish legends add another layer of depth, blending the Grail quest with the rich tapestry of local folklore. The Fisher King, a figure often associated with the Grail, appears in various forms throughout these tales. His plight, a wound that will not heal, mirrors the struggles of the land itself, plagued by drought and despair. The search for the Grail becomes intertwined with the search for healing and restoration, symbolizing the deep connection between the hero's journey and the welfare of the world around them. Throughout these legends, the themes of sacrifice and redemption resonate strongly. The knights who seek the Grail often face choices that force them to confront their values and beliefs. They must navigate the fine line between ambition and humility, learning that true greatness lies not in power, but in the willingness to serve others. This understanding forms the heart of the Grail quest, reminding us that our journeys are not solely for ourselves, but for the greater good. As the stories of the Grail in Britain and Cornish legends unfold, they invite us to reflect on our own quests for meaning and connection. The characters are not just mythical figures, they embody the struggles and aspirations that live within us all. Their journeys serve as reminders that the search for the Grail is as much about the adventures we embark on as it is about the relationships we forge along the way. The winds of Brittany and Cornwall carry these tales, whispering the lessons learned through generations. The Grail, in its many forms, becomes a symbol of hope, a beacon guiding us through the darkness. In every quest, there is an opportunity for transformation, a chance to find the sacred in the ordinary. As we traverse our paths, the legends of the Grail remind us that love, courage, and the pursuit of truth are timeless treasures, waiting to be uncovered in the depths of our hearts. The Grail is more than just a relic, it is a vessel brimming with mystery, holding secrets that whisper through time. When you think of the Grail, you might picture a beautiful chalice, shimmering and adorned with jewels, but beneath this surface lies a profound spiritual depth that transcends ordinary understanding. This depth intertwines the threads of Celtic and Christian traditions with the enigmatic allure of Gnostic beliefs, creating a tapestry of ideas and symbols that touch the very core of our existence. In both Celtic and Christian traditions, the Grail emerges as a symbol of divine connection, offering insight into a deeper reality. It represents not only a quest for something tangible but also the journey toward spiritual awakening. The Grail becomes a bridge, connecting the physical world with the spiritual realm, inviting seekers to step beyond the mundane and into a space of profound transformation. Gnostic interpretations of the Grail add an intriguing layer to this mystery. Gnosticism, with its emphasis on hidden knowledge and inner enlightenment, perceives the Grail as a symbol of profound wisdom. The Grail is not merely an object of desire, but a representation of the soul's longing for unity with the divine. In this light, the Grail embodies the feminine aspect of divinity, often associated with wisdom, intuition, and nurturing. It serves as a reminder that true knowledge comes from within, urging us to look beyond the surface and seek the hidden truths that lie in our hearts. The connection between the Grail and feminine wisdom resonates deeply within Celtic mythology. The cauldrons of the gods, often associated with nourishment and regeneration, echo this theme. The cauldron of the Dagda, for example, is said to provide infinite sustenance, reflecting the nurturing aspect of the divine feminine. This idea of abundance and sustenance mirrors the essence of the Grail, a vessel that not only quenches physical thirst but also nourishes the spirit. In Celtic lore, the feminine is celebrated as a source of life, embodying the sacred balance between the masculine and feminine energies. This balance is echoed in the stories of Perceval and other knights, who embark on their quests not only for the Grail itself, but also for the enlightenment it promises. Their journeys are laden with trials that test their courage, wisdom, and compassion. Each obstacle faced is a reflection of the internal battles we all confront, the doubts, fears, and insecurities that hinder our path to self-discovery. The Grail becomes a mirror, reflecting our deepest struggles and our potential for growth. As these legends intertwine with Gnostic themes, the Grail transforms into a profound symbol of inner awakening. The journey to find the Grail is not just an external quest, it is a pilgrimage into the depths of the self. Each step taken by the knight mirrors our own search for meaning, urging us to confront the shadows within. In this journey, the knight learns to embrace vulnerability, recognizing that true strength lies in acknowledging our weaknesses and seeking healing. The Gnostic tradition often emphasizes the concept of duality, the struggle between light and darkness, knowledge and ignorance. The Grail, in this context, represents the light of knowledge, illuminating the path toward liberation. The journey to the Grail becomes a quest for gnosis, or spiritual knowledge, where the seeker uncovers the layers of illusion that obscure their true self. This search for knowledge is deeply personal, resonating with our innate desire to understand our place in the universe. The esoteric dimensions of the Grail are woven into the fabric of Christian traditions as well. Early Christian thinkers infused the Grail narrative with spiritual significance, portraying it as a vessel of Christ's blood, a source of salvation and redemption. In this light, the Grail becomes a symbol of hope, offering a pathway to divine grace. The intertwining of the Grail with Christ's sacrifice deepens its meaning, transforming it into a powerful emblem of love and sacrifice. As the Grail legend evolves through time, it absorbs various cultural influences, enriching its narrative. The intertwining of Celtic mythology and Christian themes creates a dynamic interplay, inviting seekers to reflect on their spiritual journey. In this sacred union, the Grail emerges as a testament to the power of love, compassion, and forgiveness. It calls us to rise above the challenges we face, reminding us that we are all part of a larger story, a story that encompasses both light and darkness. The influence of Gnosticism is felt not just in the symbols, but also in the very essence of the Grail quest. The seeker's journey toward the Grail reflects the search for truth, authenticity, and inner peace. The stories of knights and their quests are imbued with lessons that resonate through the ages, reminding us that the path to enlightenment is rarely straightforward. Instead, it is filled with twists and turns, moments of doubt, and profound revelations. As we ponder the depths of the Grail's symbolism, we are encouraged to embrace our own inner journey. The Grail beckons us to explore our beliefs, confront our fears, and seek the wisdom that lies within. It invites us to recognize that our struggles are part of a greater narrative, one that connects us to the divine and to each other. In this journey, we find the threads that bind us, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences, hopes, and dreams. In the quiet moments of reflection, when we turn inward, we may find ourselves discovering our own Grail, an understanding of our true selves, a connection to the divine, and a sense of purpose that propels us forward. The legacy of the Grail resonates in our hearts, encouraging us to seek out the hidden treasures of our souls. The legends remind us that the quest is not merely about the destination, it is about the growth, the love, and the transformation that occurs along the way. The Grail stands as a symbol of hope, inviting us to embrace the journey of life with courage and an open heart. It teaches us that, like the knights who sought it, we too can uncover the mysteries within ourselves and find the light that guides us home. In the interplay of Celtic and Gnostic traditions, the Grail becomes a powerful emblem of unity, love, and the profound connection between the sacred and the mundane. The Holy Grail is not merely an object of desire, it is a vessel of transformation, a symbol of alchemical change that resonates through the ages. When we think of alchemy, we often picture ancient laboratories filled with strange substances and bubbling potions, but at its heart, alchemy is about transformation. The Grail embodies this process, representing the journey from the ordinary to the extraordinary, from darkness to light, and from ignorance to enlightenment. In the world of alchemy, the Grail stands as a potent symbol of the philosopher's stone, that elusive substance said to turn base metals into gold and grant eternal life. Just as alchemists sought to transmute the physical into the divine, the Grail represents the highest aspiration of the human spirit, to achieve a state of spiritual purity and wholeness. The vessel itself is often depicted as radiant, overflowing with life-giving properties. This idea connects deeply with the Celtic understanding of the sacred and the magical, where objects are not just items but conduits of powerful energies. In Celtic traditions, the cauldrons of the gods were seen as sources of nourishment and renewal. The cauldron of the Dagda, for example, was believed to provide endless sustenance, feeding not just the body but also the soul. This parallels the transformative power of the Grail. Both the Grail and these sacred cauldrons hold the ability to bestow life and wisdom upon those deemed worthy. They are vessels that bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine, inviting individuals to partake in their magic. The alchemical journey is marked by stages that resonate with the myths surrounding the Grail. The process often begins with calcination, a stage where impurities are burned away. This stage reflects the trials faced by the knights on their quest for the Grail. Each knight must confront their fears, doubts, and weaknesses, shedding the layers that hold them back. Just as the alchemist refines their materials, the knights refine their spirits, striving to become pure vessels themselves, worthy of the Grail's transformative power. Next comes dissolution, where the alchemist dissolves solid forms into liquid. This stage mirrors the vulnerability that knights must embrace during their quests. They must allow themselves to be open to new experiences, surrendering their preconceived notions and fears. The act of dissolution symbolizes the breaking down of the self, paving the way for rebirth. In Celtic lore, this resonates with the cyclical nature of life and death, where endings become new beginnings. Separation follows, a stage where the alchemist distinguishes between the essential and the non-essential. The knights, in their own quests, must learn to discern what is true and meaningful. They encounter trials that test their resolve, forcing them to choose between love and power, honor and greed. The clarity that emerges from these trials is akin to the alchemical separation, where only the purest intentions remain. Once the essence is recognized, the alchemist undergoes conjunction, a stage of merging the separated elements into a new whole. This stage symbolizes the union of opposites, much like the merging of the masculine and feminine energies found within the Grail myth. The Grail represents the sacred balance that can only be achieved through love and understanding. The knights, in their pursuits, discover that the true power of the Grail lies not just in the quest itself, but in the relationships they build along the way. Next comes fermentation, where the alchemist introduces a vital force, leading to the creation of a new life. This is a transformative moment, where the seeker realizes that the Grail is not just an object to possess, but a state of being to embody. The essence of the Grail is spiritual awakening, a realization that true fulfillment comes from within, not from external pursuits. This mirrors the Celtic belief in the interconnectedness of all life, where the divine flows through every being, encouraging them to recognize their own inherent power. The final stages, distillation and coagulation, culminate in the realization of the Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate transformation. This represents the culmination of the knight's quest, where they achieve a state of wholeness and unity with the divine. The Grail is revealed not just as a physical vessel, but as a symbol of the self that has been transformed through trials, wisdom, and love. The parallels between Celtic magical practices and alchemical traditions run deep. Both emphasize transformation, whether it's through rituals that connect individuals to nature or through the alchemical processes that turn lead into gold. The use of symbols, like the cauldron and the Grail, illustrates the importance of these vessels in spiritual journeys. They serve as reminders of the potential for change that lies within every person, urging them to seek the hidden magic in their lives. Celtic practices often centered around the cycles of nature, where the changing seasons echoed the alchemical transformations of life. The Grail, much like the Earth's cycles, embodies renewal and rebirth. It reminds us that life is a series of transformations, each stage rich with its own lessons. The seasons teach us about patience, growth, decay, and rebirth, reflecting the alchemical process and the spiritual journey of seeking the Grail. As individuals embark on their own quests for meaning, the symbolism of the Grail serves as a guide. It invites us to look within ourselves and recognize the transformative power of love, courage, and wisdom. Just as the knights faced trials and emerged stronger, we too can confront our challenges and emerge as more refined beings. The Grail encourages us to embrace our vulnerabilities and to seek healing in our lives. In this way, the Holy Grail transcends time and culture, reminding us that the pursuit of transformation is universal. It calls to us, urging us to connect with the deeper parts of ourselves and to recognize the sacredness in our journeys. The alchemical symbolism of the Grail resonates with our human experience, reminding us that we are all capable of profound transformation, just waiting to be awakened. The Holy Grail has captivated hearts and minds for centuries, but it is more than just a legendary cup. It stands as a powerful metaphor for the soul's quest for enlightenment. In the stories of the Grail, one can find a reflection of our deepest desires for truth, wisdom, and spiritual fulfillment. The Grail symbolizes the ultimate achievement of the human spirit, the moment when we touch the divine and understand our place in the universe. At its core, the Grail represents the idea that enlightenment is not a destination but a path filled with trials, growth, and transformation. Just as the Knights of the Round Table set out on their quests, each of us embarks on our own journey towards self-discovery. The Grail shines as a beacon, drawing us forward, urging us to seek knowledge that lies beyond the surface of our everyday lives. This quest is marked by challenges that test our resolve and spirit, much like the obstacles faced by those noble knights. In esoteric thought, enlightenment is often depicted as a profound awakening to the truth of existence. The Grail becomes a symbol of this awakening, representing the sacred knowledge that can heal and transform us. It invites us to confront our inner shadows and discover the light within. Just as a river flows to the sea, the journey toward enlightenment requires us to follow the currents of our soul, even when the waters become turbulent. The connection between the Grail and enlightenment also reflects the Celtic understanding of knowledge. In Celtic traditions, wisdom was seen as sacred, often guarded by mystical beings or found in enchanted places. The quest for the Grail echoes this idea, as it is not just a physical search, but a spiritual one that leads to deeper insights about ourselves and the world around us. The knights are not merely seeking a cup, they are seeking a profound understanding that transcends the mundane. In Celtic myths, the quest for knowledge is intertwined with themes of nature and the cycles of life. The landscape itself becomes a teacher, offering lessons through the changing seasons and the elements. The Grail, much like the sacred wells and cauldrons of Celtic lore, represents a source of life and wisdom that nourishes the soul. Just as the earth nurtures growth, the Grail offers the potential for spiritual awakening. The lessons learned along the way are invaluable, guiding us toward a more profound comprehension of our existence. Every knight who seeks the Grail must confront their own limitations and fears. This struggle mirrors our own battles with doubt, fear, and insecurity. The quest demands courage and perseverance, teaching us that enlightenment often comes through hardship. Each challenge faced by the knights serves as a reminder that growth often requires us to step outside our comfort zones. We must be willing to embrace discomfort and uncertainty, trusting that they will lead us to greater wisdom. Throughout their quests, the knights encounter wise figures who impart guidance and insight. These mentors symbolize the inner voices that guide us on our paths. Just as the knights seek the counsel of sages, we too must learn to listen to the wisdom within ourselves. The Grail teaches us that enlightenment is not found solely in external sources, rather, it is cultivated through introspection and self-awareness. The journey to understanding who we truly are becomes the heart of the quest. As the knights draw closer to the Grail, they often experience moments of clarity and revelation. These moments are akin to the aha experiences we all encounter on our personal journeys. They illuminate the path ahead, helping us see the connections between our struggles and our growth. The Grail shines brighter during these moments, symbolizing the divine spark that resides within us all. It serves as a reminder that enlightenment is not a distant goal but a present reality waiting to be embraced. In Celtic mythology, the quest for the Grail parallels the pursuit of divine knowledge. The stories tell of heroes who venture into the unknown, risking everything for the sake of wisdom. This journey reflects the belief that knowledge is sacred, something that must be earned through sacrifice and commitment. The struggles faced by these heroes are not unlike our own. Each step forward is a testament to our willingness to grow and learn. Moreover, the Grail serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings. In Celtic thought, every living thing is seen as part of a greater tapestry. The quest for enlightenment is not just about personal growth, it is about contributing to the greater good. When one seeks the Grail, they embark on a journey that ultimately benefits not just themselves, but the entire community. This sense of collective enlightenment highlights the importance of compassion and connection, emphasizing that we are all in this together. The symbolism of the Grail extends beyond personal transformation. It also speaks to the idea of unity with the divine. In many interpretations, the Grail is seen as a bridge between the human and the sacred. It embodies the belief that we are not separate from the divine but rather integral parts of it. The journey toward enlightenment involves recognizing this connection and embracing our role in the universe. The Grail serves as a reminder that we are all worthy of love, wisdom, and understanding, no matter the obstacles we face. In every culture, the pursuit of enlightenment is fraught with challenges, yet it is also filled with beauty and hope. The Grail embodies this duality, teaching us that the path to wisdom is paved with both struggles and joys. The stories remind us that the journey is as important as the destination, and that every moment spent seeking knowledge contributes to our growth as individuals and as a collective. Ultimately, the Grail as a metaphor for enlightenment inspires us to embrace our own quests for truth and wisdom. It calls to the seeker in each of us, urging us to recognize the sacred within ourselves and the world around us. The path may be winding and fraught with challenges, but it is also rich with potential and promise. As we journey toward the Grail, we learn to honor our own stories and the stories of others, weaving a tapestry of understanding that connects us all in our shared quest for enlightenment. In the heart of modern spirituality, the Holy Grail has been reborn, pulsating with vibrant energy and rich symbolism. For many, the Grail is no longer just a relic of ancient stories, it is transformed into a powerful emblem of connection, transformation, and spiritual awakening. As people seek to reconnect with the earth and the sacred, the Grail takes on new meaning in neo-pagan movements, embodying the eternal quest for wisdom and belonging. The Grail, with its deep roots in Celtic tradition, represents the very essence of life and the mysteries of existence. It is often viewed as a vessel of abundance, nurturing the soul with the knowledge it needs to thrive. In neo-pagan circles, this symbolism is reignited with a passion that breathes new life into ancient beliefs. The Grail stands not only as a cup that once held the blood of Christ, but as a sacred chalice filled with the wisdom of the earth, the energy of the moon, and the spirit of the ancestors. At the core of these modern beliefs is the cauldron, a symbol of transformation and renewal. In Celtic mythology, the cauldron is a source of endless nourishment, a place where all that is mundane can be turned into the magical. It holds the power of creation and destruction, reflecting the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Neo-pagans view the cauldron as a sacred space where personal and communal healing can take place, making it a powerful tool for spiritual growth. In ritual, the cauldron often becomes a centerpiece, a gathering place where stories are shared and experiences are transformed into wisdom. It invites individuals to toss in their burdens and fears, allowing them to simmer away, replaced by clarity and purpose. The act of standing around a cauldron, of feeling its warmth and energy, becomes a moment of connection not just with oneself, but with everyone present. In this space, the Grail and the cauldron unite, serving as reminders that we are all part of something greater. As neo-pagan practices gain momentum, they echo the ancient Celtic customs of honoring the cycles of nature and the divine feminine. The Grail symbolizes this sacred femininity, representing the nurturing qualities of the earth. In a world that often feels disconnected and fragmented, the call to embrace the feminine aspect of spirituality is powerful. The Grail encourages individuals to explore their own intuition, to trust in their feelings, and to honor their unique paths. The rituals surrounding the Grail and cauldron foster a sense of community, creating bonds that are often hard to find in today's fast-paced world. They draw people together in shared experiences, where vulnerability and openness are celebrated. In these gatherings, participants find strength in each other, each person adding their own stories and dreams to the collective journey. This sense of belonging is a precious gift, a reminder that we are not alone in our quests for meaning. As modern practitioners embrace the Grail, they also weave in elements of personal empowerment and social justice. The quest for the Grail becomes a journey of self-discovery and healing, encouraging individuals to reclaim their voices and stand in their truths. This contemporary understanding of the Grail calls for a revolution of the spirit, urging people to break free from societal constraints and embrace their authentic selves. The Grail's association with nourishment and abundance resonates deeply with the eco-spiritual movements that seek to restore harmony with the earth. The cauldron symbolizes the earth's bounty, inviting participants to reflect on their relationship with nature and their role as caretakers of the planet. In rituals, offerings of herbs, flowers, and foods are often placed in the cauldron, creating a dialogue between the spiritual and the natural world. This connection not only enriches personal practice but also serves as a call to protect the earth for future generations. In neo-paganism, the Grail is also seen as a pathway to wisdom, urging individuals to seek out their own truths and the truths of the universe. It invites the exploration of ancient texts, traditions, and the whispers of the ancestors, encouraging seekers to dive into the depths of their heritage. This quest for knowledge is not just intellectual, it is a heart-centered journey where feelings, dreams, and instincts guide the way. As practitioners gather around the cauldron and embrace the symbolism of the Grail, they create sacred spaces where healing occurs. These spaces become places of reflection and growth, where participants can share their struggles, joys, and visions for the future. The energy shared in these gatherings becomes transformative, allowing individuals to feel lighter, more connected, and empowered. In these moments, the Grail is not just a symbol, it becomes a living force, pulsating with the heartbeats of all who come together. Moreover, the revival of the Grail in neo-paganism reflects a longing for meaning in an age of uncertainty. The stories of the Grail are timeless, they resonate with the human experience, reminding us of our shared struggles and triumphs. As people look to these ancient tales for guidance, they find solace in the idea that they are part of a larger narrative, one that spans generations and cultures. This connection to the past instills hope and inspires individuals to forge their own paths forward. As the Grail emerges in contemporary spirituality, it carries with it the weight of history while also embodying the dreams of the future. It invites us to reclaim our power, to embrace the beauty of our journeys, and to connect with each other and the earth in meaningful ways. In every cauldron and every ritual, the essence of the Grail flows, encouraging us to nurture our spirits and celebrate the light within us all. As we read the stories, we find ourselves enriched by the wisdom of the past while discovering new truths about our own lives. Each tale becomes a reminder that the quest for the Grail is not just about finding a physical object, but about seeking the light that exists within us all. In this way, the Grail remains an everlasting source of inspiration, guiding us as we navigate our paths in a world filled with wonder and possibility. The Holy Grail has emerged as a potent symbol in New Age thought, resonating with seekers of truth and spiritual enlightenment. It transcends its historical roots to become a representation of inner wisdom, healing, and the quest for a deeper understanding of existence. This sacred vessel embodies the longing for connection with the divine and reflects a journey that many undertake in search of meaning in a chaotic world. In New Age spirituality, the Grail is not merely an object from ancient tales, it is seen as a metaphor for the divine feminine, representing nurturing, intuition, and the healing qualities of the earth. It captures the essence of life's mysteries, encouraging individuals to look within themselves for the answers they seek. The Grail symbolizes the heart's wisdom, guiding seekers on a path towards self-discovery and spiritual awakening. As they engage with this idea, many find themselves transformed, awakening to the understanding that they are part of something greater, something sacred. The allure of the Grail in New Age thought is deeply connected to the belief that we each have a personal journey toward wholeness. This journey often involves peeling away layers of societal expectations, fears, and doubts. Each person's quest for the Grail is unique, reflecting their struggles and triumphs. In this context, the Grail becomes a personal emblem of healing, a reminder that the sacred exists within each individual and that they possess the power to create their own destinies. Many New Age practitioners see the Grail as a vessel that holds the essence of life's mysteries, much like how the earth holds the seeds of potential. This perspective aligns beautifully with the reverence for nature found in Celtic traditions. Just as the ancient Celts celebrated the interconnectedness of all living things, New Age movements honor the earth as a source of wisdom, healing, and renewal. The Grail serves as a bridge, connecting these spiritual paths and offering insight into the unity of existence. The search for the Grail in New Age contexts often reflects the journey toward inner peace and balance. As individuals face the challenges of modern life, stress, anxiety, and disconnection from themselves and others, they turn to the Grail as a symbol of hope and healing. In this pursuit, they may engage in meditation, energy healing, or rituals that honor their own sacredness. These practices enable them to connect with their true selves, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. The stories of those who have sought the Grail resonate deeply with many. They share tales of courage, perseverance, and the ultimate triumph of the human spirit. Whether through written narratives or oral traditions, the tales inspire seekers to embrace their journeys, reminding them that every step taken toward self-awareness is a step toward the Grail. This personal quest becomes a reflection of the universal search for love, acceptance, and understanding, echoing the age-old truth that we are all interconnected. As seekers pursue their own versions of the Grail, they often encounter challenges that test their resolve. These moments become opportunities for growth and transformation. In facing their fears, doubts, and limitations, they discover the strength that resides within. The Grail represents not only the ultimate reward of this journey, but also the lessons learned along the way. It teaches that the process of seeking is just as significant as the destination itself, encouraging individuals to find beauty in the struggles and triumphs of their lives. Moreover, the Grail's connection to mystical movements offers a spiritual framework that resonates with many. Mystics throughout history have spoken of experiencing profound moments of enlightenment, and the Grail is often seen as the ultimate prize in these quests for higher consciousness. The symbolic nature of the Grail allows individuals to explore their own spiritual paths, providing a focal point for meditation, prayer, and personal reflection. In embracing the Grail's symbolism, they open themselves to the possibility of transformation, inviting deeper insights into their lives and the universe. In the New Age movement, the Grail also embodies the belief in a world where love, compassion, and understanding reign supreme. It calls forth a vision of a more harmonious existence, where individuals can come together to support and uplift one another. The quest for the Grail becomes a collective journey toward healing not only the self but also the world. This shared pursuit fosters a sense of community, encouraging people to come together in their efforts to manifest a brighter future. As more people explore New Age spirituality, the Grail continues to find relevance in various forms. Workshops, retreats, and gatherings often feature the Grail as a central theme, offering spaces for participants to connect with its energy and wisdom. These events allow individuals to share their experiences, challenges, and insights, creating a rich tapestry of stories that highlight the power of the Grail as a guiding force. In artistic expressions, the Grail serves as inspiration for writers, musicians, and creators who draw upon its symbolism to evoke feelings of longing, hope, and connection. Through their works, they invite others to contemplate the deeper meanings of life, encouraging them to reflect on their own journeys. This ongoing exploration of the Grail in contemporary art and literature demonstrates its enduring power to touch hearts and ignite imaginations. The Holy Grail's place in New Age and mystical movements symbolizes the universal quest for truth, healing, and enlightenment. It speaks to the longing for connection with something greater than oneself, urging individuals to embark on their personal journeys towards self-discovery. In its essence, the Grail serves as a reminder that the divine exists within us all and that the quest for understanding, love, and purpose is a path worth walking. Through the lens of neo-paganism, the Grail shines as a beacon of hope and transformation, reminding us that we can all find our way back to the sacred. It invites us to honor the wisdom of our ancestors, to embrace the magic of the present, and to dream boldly of a future filled with love, unity, and understanding. In this beautiful tapestry of belief, the Grail becomes not just an object of desire, but a profound symbol of the journey toward wholeness and enlightenment. The allure of the Holy Grail stretches beyond ancient legends and historical texts, capturing the hearts and imaginations of countless individuals through modern fantasy literature and media. The Grail has transformed into a powerful symbol of hope, adventure, and the search for meaning in a world often filled with uncertainty. In every story, the Grail serves as a beacon that calls forth heroes, prompting them to embark on quests filled with trials, tribulations, and moments of profound discovery. In these modern tales, the Grail often represents something far greater than a mere object. It embodies the deepest desires of the human spirit: love, healing, wisdom, and the eternal quest for purpose. Each character who seeks the Grail carries with them a longing to fulfill their destiny and find their place in a world that can seem chaotic and cruel. Whether it's in the pages of a fantasy novel or the scenes of a gripping film, the Grail resonates with a sense of sacredness that connects the seekers to their innermost selves. Stories of the Grail in contemporary literature are not merely retellings of old myths. They weave together threads of Celtic mythology with fresh narratives that breathe new life into these ancient tales. Authors draw upon the rich tapestry of Celtic culture, blending elements of mysticism, nature, and the human experience to create vibrant worlds where the Grail holds the key to unlocking untold mysteries. In these realms, the Grail is often portrayed as a vessel filled with magical qualities, granting wishes, providing nourishment, or bestowing enlightenment. Its presence transforms the mundane into the extraordinary, inviting readers to dream and believe in possibilities beyond the ordinary. In the heart of these stories lies a sense of longing, a yearning for connection, understanding, and the elusive happiness that often feels just out of reach. Characters who embark on their quests for the Grail are not simply searching for an artifact, they are searching for their true selves. As they face challenges, encounter allies and foes, and confront their own inner demons, they learn valuable lessons about love, sacrifice, and the importance of following one's heart. The journey becomes a metaphor for the struggles we all face, reminding us that the path to fulfillment is rarely straightforward but is always worth taking. Writers often intertwine the Grail with themes of redemption and purity, echoing the values found in Celtic traditions. Characters may begin their quests burdened by past mistakes or regrets, seeking the Grail as a way to cleanse their souls and start anew. This theme resonates deeply with readers, who may also grapple with their own imperfections and the desire for second chances. The Grail becomes a symbol of hope, representing the possibility of transformation and the belief that even the most lost souls can find their way home. Fantasy literature and media not only keep the legend of the Grail alive, but also invite new generations to engage with these ancient stories. From Arthurian retellings to original tales that weave Celtic elements into their plots, modern creators find endless inspiration in the Grail's symbolism. These stories have the power to spark curiosity about Celtic mythology, encouraging readers and viewers to seek out the original legends and learn about the rich history that shaped them. In recent years, the Grail has found its way into popular culture through films, television shows, and video games. Each new interpretation draws from the well of Celtic mythology, capturing the essence of the Grail while infusing it with contemporary themes and modern dilemmas. These retellings allow audiences to experience the excitement of the quest anew, reigniting their imaginations and sparking conversations about the timeless nature of the Grail's symbolism. As viewers are transported into these fantastical worlds, they are reminded of the deeper truths that the Grail embodies. It serves as a reminder of our shared humanity, our dreams, and our struggles. The characters' journeys mirror our own, reflecting the fears, hopes, and desires that we all carry within us. In their pursuit of the Grail, we find the courage to confront our challenges, to seek our truths, and to believe in the magic of possibility. Modern depictions of the Grail also celebrate the interconnectedness of all beings. The quest often leads characters through enchanted landscapes, where they encounter mystical creatures, wise mentors, and kindred spirits. These encounters emphasize the importance of relationships and the bonds that unite us. In the stories, the Grail is not just a solitary treasure, it becomes a catalyst for community, encouraging characters to rely on one another and to share their strengths in order to overcome obstacles. This sense of togetherness echoes the essence of Celtic culture, where community and connection are at the heart of existence. With every new story that embraces the Grail, the ancient myth is given fresh life. Readers and viewers become participants in the quest, feeling the thrill of adventure and the weight of their own aspirations. They are encouraged to reflect on what the Grail represents for them personally, what it is they seek in their own lives, and how they can draw from the strength of their ancestors to pursue their dreams. The magic of these narratives lies in their ability to inspire us to look beyond our circumstances and to believe that we, too, can embark on a quest towards something greater. Through modern fantasy literature and media, the Holy Grail continues to captivate hearts and minds, embodying the timeless journey of the human spirit. It is a symbol of hope, healing, and enlightenment, inviting us to explore the depths of our own souls. As more people resonate with the Grail's message, its light continues to shine brightly, guiding seekers toward their own sacred truths and illuminating the way for others. The allure of the Holy Grail, a symbol of hope, purity, and divine connection, has captivated hearts for centuries. It stands as a beacon of spiritual aspiration, drawing in seekers of truth and wisdom. Yet, beyond the pages of legends and myths, real artifacts whisper stories of the past, hinting at a tangible connection between ancient Celtic culture and the Grail's enduring legacy. Archaeological finds have sparked intrigue and ignited the imagination, suggesting that the stories we know today may be rooted in something more substantial, something that links our present to the rich tapestry of human history. Among the most striking finds are ancient vessels unearthed across the British Isles, each one holding the potential to be a piece of the puzzle connecting to the Grail. Archaeologists have uncovered beautifully crafted pottery and metalwork adorned with intricate designs that resonate with themes of fertility, abundance, and the sacred. These artifacts reflect the artistic spirit of the Celtic people, who held a deep reverence for their surroundings and the divine elements within them. Each vessel tells a story of its own, echoing the essence of the Grail and its symbolic ties to nourishment and healing. One of the most notable discoveries is the Grahamstown chalice, found in a burial site in Ireland. This exquisite piece is crafted from gold and silver, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and attention to detail. The chalice features swirling patterns reminiscent of ancient Celtic designs, and its discovery within a burial context suggests it may have been used in sacred rituals. Imagine the reverence with which it was treated, the hands that held it, and the prayers that were offered over it. In that moment, it was more than just a vessel, it was a conduit to the divine, a connection to the sacred, and possibly an early representation of what we now recognize as the Grail. Similarly, the discovery of the Celtic cauldron adds another layer to the narrative surrounding the Grail. Found in the heart of Wales, this cauldron is believed to have been used in rituals and feasts. Its presence in ancient ceremonies echoes the idea of communal gatherings centered around sharing and celebration. The cauldron is often associated with abundance, regeneration, and transformation, concepts that resonate deeply with the Grail's promise of healing and enlightenment. It raises questions: were these gatherings sacred? Did they invoke the presence of the divine? And how did they shape the stories of the Grail that we know today? Exploring the realms of myth and reality, we also find references to sacred wells, believed to be the dwelling places of deities or the sources of divine inspiration. Many of these wells were adorned with offerings, coins, and trinkets, a testament to the belief that they held special powers. The Well of St. Consider the impact of these modern interpretations on our understanding of the Grail. Imagine a contemporary artist creating a sculpture of the Grail, using materials like glass and metal to capture the light in a way that mimics the ethereal glow described in legends. As viewers walk around the piece, they are drawn into a dialogue about the nature of the Grail itself, what it represents, and how it reflects our deepest aspirations. The interplay of light and shadow evokes a sense of wonder and curiosity, inviting each person to reflect on their own quests for meaning and fulfillment. Art has a remarkable ability to transcend time and space, connecting us to the emotions and experiences of those who came before us. The Grail's presence in Celtic art serves as a powerful reminder of the shared human experience, the longing for connection, the search for truth, and the desire to touch the divine. Each artistic representation becomes a testament to this timeless quest, capturing the essence of what it means to be human. As we contemplate the role of the Grail in Celtic art and culture, we are reminded that its significance goes beyond mere legend. It is a living symbol of hope and possibility, urging us to seek out the sacred in our own lives. The intricate patterns, vibrant colors, and emotive designs remind us that we are part of a larger story, one that weaves together the threads of our individual journeys into a beautiful tapestry of human experience. The artistic depictions of the Grail in Celtic culture invite us to reflect on our own quests. They urge us to look within and ask ourselves what we seek in our lives. Are we searching for love, understanding, or perhaps a deeper connection to the world around us? The Grail, with its rich symbolism and emotional resonance, serves as a guiding light on this path, encouraging us to embrace our own journeys and the transformative power of art. With each artistic representation, the Holy Grail continues to inspire, bringing forth the essence of Celtic spirituality and mythology. The Grail, as seen through the lens of Celtic art, serves as a bridge between past and present, inviting us to connect with our ancestors' dreams and aspirations. It challenges us to explore the depths of our own souls, to seek out the divine in our everyday lives, and to honor the beauty of our shared human experience. The Holy Grail stands as one of the most enduring symbols in human history, a vessel that transcends time and culture, continually captivating our hearts and minds. Its story is woven into the fabric of mythology, religion, and literature, igniting a flame of curiosity that burns brightly in our imagination. But what is it about the Grail that keeps it alive in our collective consciousness? Why does this legendary cup or chalice continue to stir something deep within us, urging us to seek out its meaning? At its core, the Grail represents something profound, the quest for meaning, truth, and connection. In an age where distractions are plentiful and the pace of life often feels overwhelming, the Grail calls us to pause and reflect. It whispers promises of fulfillment, urging us to embark on our own quests for enlightenment. This allure of the unattainable is what makes the Grail so tantalizing. It embodies the dreams we hold close, the hopes we dare to nurture, and the mysteries we long to solve. The journey towards the Grail becomes a metaphor for our own personal journeys, reminding us that the pursuit of something greater can lead to unexpected discoveries. Consider the legends that surround the Grail. They are filled with knights who embark on dangerous quests, facing unimaginable trials and tribulations to prove their worthiness. These stories resonate with our own struggles. They remind us that the path to fulfillment is often fraught with challenges. Just like the heroes of old, we find ourselves navigating obstacles, making sacrifices, and sometimes feeling utterly lost. Yet, in the heart of these tales lies a powerful message that perseverance can lead to transformation. The Grail symbolizes the rewards that await those who dare to pursue their dreams, no matter how daunting the journey may seem. Dwynwen in Wales, for instance, is a site where pilgrims would come seeking blessings of love and healing. The water from such wells was thought to possess curative properties, a theme that echoes through Grail narratives, where the quest often involves seeking water that brings life and renewal. The connection between these wells and the Grail suggests that the ancient Celts viewed both as sacred vessels, channels through which the divine flowed into the world. Artifacts such as these evoke a sense of wonder and connection to the ancient world, igniting a spark of recognition within us. They remind us that the stories we cherish are rooted in human experience, emotions, and the deep desire for connection with the divine. The quest for the Grail is not just a search for an object, it is an exploration of our own souls, our longings, and our dreams. The archaeological finds surrounding the Grail serve as tangible reminders of this quest, linking the past with our present aspirations. These discoveries also shine a light on the profound connection between the Celtic people and their spiritual practices. The rituals that surrounded these vessels and wells were not mere ceremonies, they were profound acts of devotion that celebrated life, death, and rebirth. They honored the cycles of nature and the divine forces believed to guide and protect them. As we uncover these relics, we gain insight into a culture that placed immense value on the sacred, reminding us of the importance of nurturing our own spiritual connections. Furthermore, these archaeological perspectives highlight the shared human experience of seeking meaning. The desire to understand our place in the world, to connect with something greater than ourselves, is a thread that weaves through all cultures and eras. Just as the ancient Celts crafted their vessels and held their rituals, we too create our own symbols and stories that resonate with our journeys. The Grail, in its many forms, continues to inspire us to seek, to question, and to reach for the divine in our lives. As we reflect on these archaeological finds, we begin to see the Grail not just as a distant legend, but as a living, breathing part of our history. Each artifact we uncover serves as a bridge connecting us to the hopes, dreams, and struggles of those who came before us. The vessels, cauldrons, and wells remind us that the quest for the Grail is an eternal pursuit, one that transcends time and culture. In this way, the Grail becomes more than a symbol, it transforms into a mirror reflecting our deepest desires for love, connection, and enlightenment. It inspires us to embark on our personal quests, urging us to explore the depths of our souls and seek out the divine in everyday life. The stories of the past, interwoven with the threads of archaeology, continue to inspire us, igniting a sense of purpose as we carry forward the legacy of the Grail in our own lives. The archaeological discoveries associated with the Grail tell stories of faith, hope, and the enduring human spirit. They evoke emotions that resonate across time, reminding us that the quest for meaning is an intrinsic part of our shared humanity. As we hold these relics in our hearts, we honor the past while also embracing our own journeys, weaving our stories into the fabric of the eternal quest for the sacred. The Holy Grail has long been a source of inspiration and fascination, capturing the imagination of artists, poets, and storytellers across generations. Its image, cloaked in mystery and reverence, speaks to the very core of human longing for connection, transcendence, and divine wisdom. In Celtic art and culture, the Grail takes on a unique and vibrant form, reflecting the rich tapestry of mythology and spirituality that has shaped the landscapes of Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. The artwork created around the Grail reveals profound insights into the hearts and minds of those who revered it, offering a glimpse into a world where art served as a bridge between the earthly and the divine. In ancient Celtic culture, every symbol held a deep meaning, and the Grail was no exception. Its artistic representations were often intertwined with the mystical elements of nature and the spiritual beliefs of the time. When we look at Celtic art, we see an abundance of intricate patterns, flowing lines, and vibrant colors, each element meticulously crafted to tell a story. Among the swirling designs, the Grail emerges as a vessel not just of material wealth, but as a symbol of the soul's quest for enlightenment and wholeness. Artists infused their works with energy and emotion, creating pieces that resonate with viewers on a deeply personal level. Imagine walking through a gallery filled with Celtic-inspired artwork, where the air is thick with the magic of the past. One piece catches your eye, an ornate chalice carved from wood, adorned with delicate engravings of intertwining vines and leaves. Each curve and line speaks of life, growth, and the interconnectedness of all things. As you gaze closer, you notice tiny figures of warriors and women etched into the wood, celebrating the stories of old. This chalice, reminiscent of the Holy Grail, serves not only as a vessel for drink but as a testament to the enduring spirit of the Celtic people who sought the divine in their daily lives. The Grail also appears in the stunning tapestries and textiles of the Celtic tradition. These pieces often depict legendary scenes from mythology, weaving together the tales of heroes, gods, and the eternal quest for truth. Imagine a tapestry hanging on a stone wall, vibrant colors dancing before your eyes, illustrating the moment when a knight first laid eyes on the Grail, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The scene captures not just the object itself, but the emotions that accompany the quest, the hope, the longing, and the pure joy of discovery. One cannot overlook the influence of Celtic symbols on modern representations of the Grail. The Celtic knot, for example, symbolizes eternity and the interwoven nature of life, love, and faith. This ancient design has found its way into contemporary artwork, serving as a powerful reminder of the sacred journey we all undertake. When the Grail is depicted alongside these knots, it becomes more than a simple object. It transforms into a representation of the eternal search for meaning and connection, urging us to reflect on our own journeys. The resurgence of interest in Celtic art and culture in modern times has breathed new life into Grail representations. Artists today draw from the well of ancient knowledge, infusing their works with the spirit of the past while creating something uniquely their own. Each brushstroke, each carving, echoes the rhythms of nature and the whispers of ancestors who sought the divine. In this way, the Grail continues to inspire, inviting contemporary audiences to engage with its mysteries and explore their significance in the modern world. When we think of the Grail, we often envision it as a beautiful, shimmering vessel filled with life-giving properties, be it healing powers or eternal youth. This idea touches on a universal desire, the wish to transcend our mortal limitations and find a deeper sense of purpose. The Grail serves as a reminder that such aspirations are not merely fanciful dreams. They are reflections of our very nature, urging us to reach beyond the mundane and connect with something sacred. The enduring mystery of the Grail lies in its ability to inspire hope and ignite a longing for something more in each of us. Throughout history, the Grail has taken many forms. From the sacred cauldrons of Celtic mythology to the chalice used in Christian traditions, its symbolism has evolved yet remains deeply rooted in the human experience. Each iteration carries a thread of the original quest for enlightenment, transforming it into a timeless narrative that transcends religious and cultural boundaries. This adaptability has allowed the Grail to resonate with people from all walks of life. It speaks to our shared humanity, the struggles we face, and the universal quest for connection and understanding. The Grail's allure is further heightened by its association with mystery. Its exact nature has never been definitively identified, leading to countless interpretations and theories. Is it a physical object, or is it a metaphor for spiritual awakening? The ambiguity only deepens its intrigue. We are drawn to the unknown, to that which eludes our grasp. The Grail represents the infinite possibilities of what could be, reminding us that life is filled with unanswered questions and unexplored paths. This sense of mystery invites us to embark on our own explorations, encouraging us to seek out answers while embracing the journey itself. Art, literature, and popular culture continue to celebrate the Grail, reaffirming its place in our hearts. From Arthurian legends to modern adaptations in film and literature, the Grail's presence is felt across various mediums. Each retelling brings a fresh perspective, rekindling the magic and wonders surrounding this legendary symbol. As we encounter new interpretations, we are invited to reflect on our own lives and the quests we undertake. Whether in the form of a movie, a book, or a painting, the Grail remains a beacon of inspiration, reminding us that we are all part of a larger story. The enduring mystery of the Holy Grail lies not only in its captivating history, but also in its power to connect us with something greater than ourselves. It calls to us, urging us to ponder our place in the world and the significance of our own journeys. Each time we encounter the Grail, we are reminded that the quest for meaning is a deeply personal endeavor, one that can lead to profound insights and connections with others. It serves as a symbol of hope, a reminder that we can always reach for something beyond the ordinary, even when the path seems uncertain. The Grail has traveled through time, transforming from a Celtic cauldron to a symbol of eternal questing. This evolution reflects the growth of human consciousness, our evolving understanding of spirituality, and the timeless desire to seek truth. As we hold the Grail in our hearts, we embrace the quest for knowledge, connection, and love. We learn that the journey itself is as significant as the destination, filled with moments of joy, sorrow, and profound discovery. In every story, every artistic representation, and every whispered legend, the Holy Grail endures as a symbol of our deepest aspirations and desires. It challenges us to reflect on our lives, urging us to seek out the sacred within ourselves and the world around us. The Grail is not just a relic of the past, it is a living symbol of our ongoing quest for meaning, reminding us that the search for truth is both a personal and collective journey. As we continue to explore its mysteries, we find ourselves forever linked to the dreams of those who came before us, united in our shared pursuit of the divine.